隼人の野郎、一番乗りを先取りしやがって。ガンキャノン出るぜ。
ホワイトベースを見つけたのか。クラウボンがつけられたんだ。あのグフってモビルスーツに出てこられたらガンキャノンもタンクもイチコロだ。
本当にアムロ総長、連邦最強の若きエースパン。
こちらブライトだ。早く戻れ。ジオンの追撃隊から攻撃を受けている。
前の通信と同じ。ユの特務装置起動します。艦長、アムロ総長をお連れしますね。
ブラウの報告通り。分かった。船の直縁に回れ。
クラウボーなんてよこしやがって。ブライトが自分で来りゃいいんだよ。
艦長も余裕がないんですよ、アムロ総長。
そんなこと分かってますよ。
回り込める別ルートがある。この前はなかったよね。小隊長、正面突破か回り込んで側面を尽くす。判断は任せるわ。
完全な時に。くそ、まだか。当たれ。
ランバラル隊の通信を傍受。
俺が飛び出す。その間にタンクをやれ。
はい、ラール隊員。
あれ、
リュウさん迎えに来てくれたのか。
急ごう、アムロ総長さん。ホワイトベースから通信。
ユノ、遅いぞ。何やってんの。お前には指揮者からの通信支援を任せる。
了解です。ガンダムにそのまま戦列に復帰します。
どんな理由があろうと独断専行は重罪だ。だが今は頼らざるを得ん。いいな。
こいつが連邦の白いやつ、ガンダムか。
我々の標的はあくまで木馬だ。モビルスーツごときにうろたえるな。
そこ。まだなのか。当てる。うわあ、落ちる。行くぞ。行くぞ。うわっ。
いただきそこだ当たれうわ逃がすかよ当たれ落ちるテイクであ落ちるキュッ
木馬を落とす。抜かるなよお前たち。ザクとは違うのだよザクとは。
なかったグフのままね。トゥルーミッションだからね。歴史は正しく流れてるってこと。
さあ兵士の運命を決めるとしようか。ガンダム
グフめ
史実を成立させるためにはここで勝たないと。聞いた通りよ小隊長。ガンダムと一緒にグフを撃破して。アムロ総長さん油断しないでね。グフにはシオンの名
Oh, that's about to be bad. Oh my god, turn it off! Crap. Not turn it off.
The light, the camera. I love the camera.
Oh,
One of the few.
be quiet. Alright, there we go. Whew, man. It has been a pain. It has been a pain to get back to this channel. But I am finally back. After many months. Well, I guess it's been weeks. But either way, a lot has happened. A lot is going on. And as of right now, this is my only day to stream. So if I'm going to stream, I might as well keep my word and do another monthly Gundam Live build. Which, if you're looking on screen right now, you see what we're going to go ahead and build. And let me turn this off. And just so you can see it. Oops. Oh yeah. Where you at? Well, as you see, I got a new border. So when we're waiting, I got a new border for y'all. But I'm gonna turn this off so you get the full screen. That's turned off. Where is it at? No. Oh shit! I don't know where to put it. No, I know I put it in here. Border, there it is. There it is. Okay. Oh yeah, these need to turn off manually. So as you see, which I'm surprised, man, I'm sad that Jamal ain't got no love. But anyways. Ooh, that's a little bright. It's a lot brighter than what I thought it would be. Okay, let's see if I can take down the brightness a little too bright. But as you see with 56% of the vote. We are going to build the Ultron. But first I'm going to fix the colors real quick, because those colors are bad. Ooh. What I want. Yeah, there we go. All right. So this is what we're building today. The color's kind of off because it's not that green. Oh yeah, I left my tools in the other room. I forgot the tools anyways. So as y'all know, what we build, we react to games, we watch videos. There were a couple of YouTube videos I had planned, but I don't know where they're at, so I'm not gonna worry about it. There we go. That's better. Alright. So yep, we're sorry, super early. I think this is the earliest stream I ever done. No, I think I did one at 6 o'clock. If I have to. My fault. But anyway, I have to because I'm only here till about 2 or 3. It just depends. Oh my god, I hate this thing. It's so cold. I need to get a new desk chair. That's what I really need to do. Oh god, this is so cold. Super cold. All right. But actually, this is what we're building today. Look at the top, bottom. See the name. Boom. 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 That's what we're building today. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Close the door. Keep some of the roof warmth in this room. Ooh. So I should be able to get this done before 3. It's only a high grade. We'll find out. There's a lot to this kit. That's the entire instructions. Which I know you can't see the entire thing, but just in case anybody want to take a screenshot. There you go. Let's do this. All right. Let's go ahead and start opening everything up. I should also. With the stickers, put this over here. There's Stickers. All right. Move you out the way. What? One. Ooh, I don't like that. Two. And it's a little bit more dark than what it is. Three. Four. All right. Oh yeah, I did put boom. Do 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 do. All right. And the last one. I need to get my headphones. One, two. I don't know, ain't gonna work. Let's see it. All right, so that's all of it. All right, let's go ahead and do a build. Give me 1 second. I want to start, and then I'll go ahead and turn something on. Let's see. We'll start with. So you want. Let's start with the PCs. You want that's D2. Want to start with A1, E1, which this is A1, C2, right? Yep, C2. That's B1, C2. There we go. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. Now that we'll turn on a video. A115. C2 13 14. C2 is 14. 13. Okay. 14, 13. Oof. 15. Oh, yeah, that just happened. Oh, crap, it's all the way over there. Okay. Ah. Come here, you. Yep, there you are. Right over here. Almost got it. There we go. Yep. All right. Come here. There it is. PC2, right? PC2, C2, C2A, 13, 14. Oh, crap. That's a bad cut. I screwed that one up bad. Did I? Yeah. I dig right into it. Yeah, dang it. Alright, that's a bad cut. Oh, I like how this plastic feels though. It feels really good. Gotta write that down in my notes. Yeah, plastic feels good on this one. Alright. Okay. And Okay. So basically you do this. These go right here. Jesus. They're all dusty. It's fucking weird. Oh, it's on the floor, that's why. Alright. Do this, do this. Come on. Alright. Alright, yep. And this one goes right in here. Yep. Go ahead and put this one right here. Right. Yeah, okay, that's it. And this one goes right here. All right. Cool. All right, I'll go ahead and put something on. Let's go ahead and turn on YouTube. Where's the YouTube small? Gotta find. Oh, there it is. Come over here. Okay. Ah, crap! I left my keyboard over there. All right. Let's see what we got to check out today. Oh, I see one I might want to watch. I know it. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me go grab my keyboard. Give me one sec. All right. Keyboard. There we go. All right, I got the keyboard. All right, now let's just keep building. Come on. All right.
You're good to go. It's hard to name a thing in this lifetime that'll last me a lifetime, but I'll only need one.
Every duelist in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an ace card. This is the card that, no matter what,
Yeah, check out TGS Anime.
it's in every single one of their decks. No matter how much it changes over the course of the series, this card is a mainstay. Now, an ace card, it doesn't necessarily have to be a monster. It can be anything. And sometimes duelists don't limit themselves to just one singular ace card. However, what does tend to happen is a ace monster from early in the series. If the character sticks around, gets quite a few duels, that ace monster, it's a boss monster at the start of the series as well. Over the course of the series, they get newer and bigger forms of that monster, and that new monster or monsters become the boss monsters of their deck, whereas their original ace, stays as their ace, but it's just no longer a boss monster. You see what I mean? The reason I bring this up is because today we will not be covering boss monsters. We are just going to be covering ace monsters. Their favorite mainstay core monster and or card. If this video does well, we'll do another boss monster video in the future. Let's start first with Yugi and
Dark
Yami.
Magician.
Straight away, Yugi's ace is, of course, the Dark Magician.
Tell me which one you identify with, Yugi. Oh, that's easy. Dark Magician, hands down.
Dark Magician is a level 7 Dark Spellcaster type monster. Since it's one of the first ever ace monsters in the series, it has no effects. Now, the reason that this monster is Yugi and Yami's ace is due to a spiritual connection that Yami has from his past life. You see, one of the Pharaoh's loyal servants, a guy called Mahad, he sacrificed himself and fused his soul into the Dark Magician in order to protect the Pharaoh for all time. In fact, this event would be referenced in a real-life Yu-Gi-Oh card called Palladium Oracle Mahad. Pretty cool. So, Dark Magician is the definitive ace monster of Yugi and Yami. Now, there are two runners-up, really close seconds that I thought I will mention. Possibly an ace monster simply by convenience, that is the Dark Magician Girl. After this card got added to Yugi's deck, she's paired more and more with the Dark Magician. So as the Dark Magician is summoned more and more, Dark Magician Girl usually appears on the field at the same time too. Of course, she's never going to excel to the same levels of the Dark Magician, and due to her actual ability supporting the Dark Magician, it's obvious the Dark Magician is the true mainstay. But there's one other card, and this one is a very close second to the Dark Magician, and that is Kuribo. Kuribo seems to share a special bond with Yugi, since he is the dual monster spirit he seems to communicate the most with.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about the Kuribo one. I don't know about that one.
And it is a card that he would pass on to the next generation of duelists as well. But yes, obviously, Dark Magician is Yugi's ace monster. But it's not the only Dark Magician who is someone's ace monster. There's somebody else that has it as well. And do you know who that is? Arcana. Arcana's ace monster is also the Dark Magician. However, this one is a palette swap version. His reasoning for the Dark Magician being his ace is much more superficial, as Arcana is a magician, so he would play a Dark Magician. It's as simple as that, really. Next up, we have Seto Kaiba. Kaiba's ace monster is, of
the Blue
course,
Eyes.
the Blue Eyes White Dragon, a level 8 light dragon type monster, which of course doesn't have any effects, but it's very strong. But guess what makes Kaiba special? He was the first character in the Yu-Gi-Oh series not to just have one ace monster, but three. Three identical aces, all of the same monster. Now, the reason for Kaiba using Blue Eyes seems to be a combination of his connection to Blue Eyes from his past life, since his past life's love was a woman called Kasara who fused herself, or was forced to fuse herself, with the spirit of the Blue Eyes White Dragon in order to save Kaiba. So that's the deep bond that Kaiba has with Blue Eyes White Dragon. More superficially though, it's just really strong. Kaiba is obsessed with power throughout the majority of the series, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon is the epitome of that power, so it makes sense that he would use this monster. Interestingly, it's possible that the Blue Eyes White Dragon ace monster, this would have been shared with possibly 1, 2, and 3 other characters had the series taken a slightly different turn. First of all, a character named Arthur had a Blue Eyes White Dragon, which I can only assume was his ace monster. Solomon Muto was given it by Arthur, so by proxy, Grandpa did have a Blue Eyes White Dragon as his ace monster too. I'm going to say that the Exodia, the Forbidden One, would be his boss monster, whereas Blue Eyes would have been like his ace in his deck kind of thing. And then, if we get really speculatory, it's possible, had Kaiba not ripped up that Blue Eyes White Dragon, this Blue Eyes would have been Yugi's inheritance. I can only assume that Grandpa would have given this to Yugi at some point in the series. So there is a possibility.
So yeah, the Blue Eyes here. What up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, Turning Cork? Yep, basically. You know what? I never thought about that one. That is true. He does have 3 Blue Eyes. And his past self, the Blue Eyes, was his original lover, so that is pretty funny. But yeah, working on which I just screwed it up again. God, I cut it wrong. The Gundam Ultron is what we're building today. Which I already messed up and cut into it like I ain't supposed to. Dang it. Be careful when you build kits. That's annoying. But yep, we're working on the Ultron from Wing Gundam. So since that's what everybody voted on, that's what we're doing today. Yeah, I'm not on that level yet. I'm not on that level where I feel comfortable or confident enough to do that kind of customization. Now, I've tried. I have done some painting before, but I got a lot to learn. So the best I am so far is basically kind of making the edges nice, but yeah, I'm not on that level. One day though, I'm gonna get a assortment of because back in the day I was able to get some practice kits. I'm not in that position anymore, but when I'm able to get back to the position where I can buy practice kits, oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I said I need to get some practice. I want to get some practice kits because, like I said, back in the day, I had practice kits. So when I messed up, it didn't matter. I mean, the one that I did try to do though back in the day is I did do painting though. That is one thing I did do, but I got to figure out how to get that smooth. I haven't figured that out yet, so. Where is? Yep. Like I said, I need to get to the point where I stop cutting into these kits that I have. These are mainstays. I keep cutting into these dang kits. Messing around. Oh, crap. Don't fall off, don't fall off, don't fall off, don't fall off. Alright, we're good. Okay. Jeez. Woo. Alright, there we go. Alright. And one of these days, I gotta get a new table. Shoot. Let's see what we got next. Yeah, that's done. That's done. So this is supposed to go where here? Yeah, I guess right here. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. Oh yeah, these new kits. I love how these new kits are. Yeah, this is really nice. Okay. Let's grab this. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and start it up again. Boo.
Possible alternative dimension out there somewhere where Yugi also has a Blue Eyes White Dragon in his deck. That actually makes me really wonder, what if Yugi inherited the Blue Eyes White Dragon before Kaiba ripped it up?
You know, I always wondered that. That was one of my questions I always had. I always wondered, if Yugi was to get the Blue Eyes, what would have happened? That would be interesting.
That could make a good video. We'll do that in the future. Next up, Joey Wheeler. Joey's ace monster is, of course, the Red Eyes Black Dragon. A level 7 dark dragon type monster with, yet again, no effect. But this monster's an interesting one. You see, Joey doesn't have any past connections to this monster. He has no prior heritage in Egyptian myth or legend. In fact, this card wasn't even his to begin with. He took it from Rex Raptor. So you might be thinking, oh, what does this card really have to do with Joey? Why is it his ace? Why does he care about it so much? Well, the Red Eyes Black Dragon the reason it's his ace is for symbolism. Let me explain. You see, it is established in one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 movies that the Red Eyes Black Dragon represents potential. The ability to grow and improve, while the Blue Eyes White Dragon, in contrast, is the embodiment of pure power. Joey as a duelist is someone who grows throughout the series, so it makes sense to give him a monster that is a reflection of potential, growing into what you can become. So that's why Red Eyes is his ace monster, and it's a cool looking monster, let's not lie. However, if you wanted to argue with me and say maybe Red Eyes is his boss monster throughout the majority of the series until he gets like Guild of the Lightning or something like that, then alright then.
I don't know if you ever built any old kits back in the day, but I'm going to tell you right now that these newer kits are so much better. They're such a major improvement. I freaking love these new kits. Oh, by the way, done with the mid section already. But such an improvement. Heck yeah. Freaking love this update. Now the focus actually works.
I'll give you one then. I guess Joey's real ace monster could be something like...
My name is Matthew Murdoch.
There's no further comment at this stage.
I'm a lawyer.
Oh.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Flame Swordsman.
Sometimes.
Oh yeah. So I messed up my history in one of my videos, and I'm going to correct that right now. So what I said back in the day was my first Gundam I ever built was the Wing Gundam. That's not true. I found out because I found a lot of my old kits when I was a kid that my first build was actually the Wing Gundam 0. I never owned the Wing Gundam, so I got that wrong. But yeah, so I started building, I think right before that, because I was building when Gundam Wing was airing. So yeah, I started building right before that. Shoot, do you remember your first kit that you built? Because like I said, mine was the Wing 0. Yes, I know. I know. I know. Man. Every single time I see my friends' kids, they always remind me. Alright, I'll do this in order. I was going to go out of order, but it's fine. D2, E1. Whew. Come on. Alright. We good. Alright, so that's that. And then we need everything else is what? E and D, D2 and E1. Okay. Whew.
When I'm in a duel, I pretend that it's me out there on the field swapping blows with whatever card my opponent has out.
Well, if you were, which card would you want to be, Joey?
Flame Swordsman.
This one.
I always associated Joey with more like warrior-based decks rather than like a dragon boss monster, but I don't know. That's just me. I'll let you guys pick. Who do you think his real ace monster is? Now we have Taya Gardner, the undefeated duelist of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel.
Oh yeah, isn't she Dark Magician
Her
girl?
ace monster, well, it's hard to pin down. She didn't have that many duels. However, the most likely choice is
The Saku Black TriStar. I don't think I even seen that. I'm gonna look that one up. I'm curious now. Where's the? Oh yeah, duh. Let's go right here. Yeah, I'm about to look that one. I never seen that before. High mobility. Oh, I forgot. I don't have paste. That sucks. I forgot. I don't have paste in this browser. I gotta fix that. Black TRI. Let's see. Oh shoot. Okay. So it's this one, or was it? It's in a master grade. Oh yeah, that one does look tight. Okay, so it's a master grade. Oh, that's a 2.0. So this is the newest version. Is it the 1 or 2? Want to make sure I'm looking at the. Okay, so it's. I'm guessing it's this one. No, that's the 2.0. So what's the original one? Oh, that one does look tight. No, that's 2.0. Okay, what's the original one? Is that the original one? No, 2.0. 2.0. That's 1. 2.0. Guessing this is it. I can't click into the browser. I gotta get a new browser for my live streaming. I gotta figure that out. Well, I got something else to fix for the next live stream. Oh, I love the new kit so much. I love the new kit so much. I have so much fun building now. I mean, again, I built the original Ultron. Just that chest piece right there is a major improvement from the original one. And I still have my original one. And this one, just this part right here makes me so happy. Like, I mean, talk about being up there. You see, nobody who builds now understands the struggles back when we were younger and those original kits. Oh, yeah. About to cut it out. Yeah, let me turn that off. Get back to the YouTube. Boom. Thanks. Appreciate it. All right, there we go. Now we're up. All right, E1, D1. I need D1, D2. This is A1. D1. There it is. There we go. Okay, I got it. Because it's funny, I actually pulled out my old Epion. That thing is like, it just jiggles all over the place. That thing has no stability. And I remember when I first built it, that thing was bad back then. It was way worse now. Oh yeah, that thing was, it was so horrible. But I don't know if you built the real grade. The real grade is amazing, which I did build it on stream. Oh, that real grade is such an improvement. Wait a minute. Oh, I do need D2. Tripping? Okay. 17. Oh, yeah. these real grades are far superior than when they first came out. I have so much fun building now. Back then, like I said, that the Epion was so bad. I built that thing. I'm like, so disappointed. But the real grade is like a masterpiece. The transformation actually like looks good, actually works. If there's one kit I tell everybody to build, it's basically any modern real grade, but specifically Epion. Such an amazing real grade. 100% worth the money. E9.
Magician of Fate. This monster's effect for early Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyway is nothing to scoff at. The ability when it's flip summoned to add a spell card from the graveyard back to the hand. This was actually so powerful back in the day. This monster got banned for a while.
I think everyone has a card they can identify with. You should see if you can pick one for yourself, Taya.
Okay. I picked this one, Magician of Faith.
And I know it's a translation with the name of having faith, but the whole thing about Taya with the power of friendship, having faith in each other and things like that, I guess it works that way as well, so yeah. If you wanted to make an argument with the Dark Magician Girl being one of her ace monsters, I can't really agree with that. I know she used it as a deck master during the Virtual World arc, but the only reason she did that was because she had like a prolific vision dream thing of Yugi saying to her in the dream, you have to pick Dark Magician Girl for your deck master in your next duel or else you're going to lose against Crump.
Hey, Yugi! I had a dream that we were trapped in a virtual world and we had to duel these 5 old guys to escape.
Taya, this is the dream. And when you wake up...
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, man. That is freaking true. Oh, man.
You'll need this card.
I will?
Yup, it's the Dark Magician Girl.
That's why that was there. But yeah, Magician of Faith anyway. Tristan Taylor. Now Tristan.
Yeah, he was what's it, the Commando? Yeah.
A level 2 Dark Machine monster with a whopping 750 attack points. Tristan, he's not really a duelist. He doesn't really duel, so I can kind of forgive him for having not a great monster. This is the monster he becomes in that roleplay duel with Bakura as well, so it's probably this monster.
Not my guys, the Cyber Commander.
Jeez.
However, during the Virtual World arc, he uses the Super Robo Yaru Fusion monster as his deck master, which is a level 6 Earth Machine monster. That monster actually has the effect to boost its attack by 1000 when it...
Hey, I ain't even mad. I had my roast yesterday. Because my friend, one of my friends who rarely streams, decided to stream yesterday. And he, and man, well, I'll say it like this. His first run is pretty embarrassing. Shut me up for the second one. But I couldn't help it. We'll see, because he said he's going to try to call in today. So we'll see if he comes in. Actually, I need to look at Twitch because it says you could do a multi-stream. Oh, my fault. In my own head.
battles and can swap itself out for Super Robo Lady, and Super Robo Lady can swap itself out for Super Robo Yaru. They feel more like boss monstery kind of things. That's
okay.
It's not a good ability, don't get me wrong, but it's good for some sort of ye-old Yu-Gi-Oh, right? It's like a tag-out fusion ability. So yeah, I guess it's Cyber Commander, level 2, 750 attack monster.
D217.
God, if they ever make a Yu-Gi-Oh anime,
okay.
like
give me one
redo
second.
the original
Oh
series,
my god!
Things like that. For the love of all things, give Tristan something decent, please. Bakura and Yami Bakura. Now, good Bakura, I would say, is one of the first characters in the series to have a non...
Do you see this? They never do. They include 2 eyes. Fine, wait a minute. Never mind. Those aren't eyes. Never mind. I thought they did. Never mind. Never mind.
Monster card, ace card. And that card is Change of Heart.
This one is my favorite. Isn't that the Change of Heart card?
Now this card makes sense as his favorite card. It's like a duality thing. There's good Bakura, bad.
Oh man, back in the day, that freaking card won me games. And I remember when I first got that card, I thought that card was a piece of crap.
Bakura, Change of Heart, it's literally like a split down the middle good.
Yeah, it did. I'm mad because I always wish these kits came with some freaking replacement stickers and they never do. So I finally look at number 6 and 7 and I got excited until I saw number 1. I realized, no, they're not replacement. Do you know how many stickers I messed? Like, okay, my last build, the what's it? Gundam, what's it? The G6. I tried to put the red eyes on. I scratched those eyes up so bad. I had to go with the green ones, and I'm mad about that. And it's not like they sell replacement stickers, which they should. So I was stuck with the one set of stickers. They did sometimes. Like, some of them do, though. But it's like, because I know I got like 1 or 2 kits that had decals, but I agree. But only certain ones come with decals. Don't master grades come? Because I don't build master grades. I've never built a master grade before. Doesn't master grades come with decals?
Evil kind of thing, so that makes sense for normal Bakura. But we never really get to see Bakura duel again. We slip over now to Yami Bakura. What's his ace monsters? Well, it's a tie between 2 cards, but
okay. Yeah, because I know some kids, and it's rare. It's like when they have special editions, they'll come with them. But yeah, it's very rare. Because you always gotta buy the decal separately. But sometimes they'll do it. Because I know I've gotten, yeah, it's either a special kit or it's like a special release. So I forgot what kit, but I got a kit before, and they would have, I guess it was like a special in Japan, and it came with decals. And then I bought, and it's like I forgot what kit it was, but like 1 or 2 kits came with decals. But yeah, it's very rare. It's very rare. But I could have sworn, but I thought master grades did, but I guess they don't. Well, like you said, Harley, very like Harley, so yeah.
But I think his ace monster is Dark Necrofear. The other card I was going to give it to was Destiny Board, but since it's an auto win card, I'm going to say that's more of a boss card to the deck. So Dark Necrofear is probably his ace, which is a level 8 Dark Fiend type monster with the ability that you can summon it by banishing 3 Fiend monsters from your grave.
Why do I keep thinking he's saying necrophilia? I keep thinking he's saying that!
During the end phase, if this card is in the graveyard, you can take control of the opponent's monster. However, in the anime, you can possess them and do all sorts of wacky hijinks if you've got a Fiend Sanctuary on the field. It's a cool boss monster. Makes sense for Yami Bakura. My Valentine. My Valentine is the second character to have a triple threat ace monster. It's Harpy Lady. Harpy Lady is a level 4 winged beast type monster, but of course, she plays a full playset of these. I think in the anime though, it's Harpy Lady 1, Harpy Lady 2, and Harpy Lady 3. Don't quote me on that one. Let's just call it a playset of Harpy Ladies. Later on in the series, she does play some like Amazoness cards, but much later on in the series, she starts swapping out her Harpy Ladies for Cyber Harpy Ladies, and they become her new de facto Harpy Lady playset ace monsters because they're Harpy Ladies, but just a ton better. If I was my personally, however, I'd have picked Harpy's Feather Duster as my ace card because that card slaps. I guess Mirror Wall could have been something as well. She played Mirror Wall.
No, F Mirror Wall. I remember I got that card, and I'm like, oh, this is tight. And then when you read the effect, you gotta pay so many life points. That was such a disappointment because I remember I pulled that card in class. And everybody's like, "Oh, that's tight!" And then we all read the effect, and we're like, "Oh yeah, that's pretty bad."
It was like a big deal back in the day, but regardless. Duke Devlin. Now, Duke's ace monster is probably going to be Strike Ninja. It's a level 4 warrior type monster that he used in his dungeon dice tool, but he did actually play it later on as his deck master. It has a real card version now, and its effect is kind of weird. Quick effect, you can banish 2 dark monsters from your graveyard, banish this face-up card until the end phase. But he didn't really duel enough, so we could get a good grip on if he does have any aces. Borgoth the Relentless, I'm going to put that in the category of boss monster rather than ace, but that's an okay card. Serenity Wheeler. Serenity Wheeler has 1 duel, and she doesn't duel very well, but she does pick Goddess with a 3rd eye as her deck master, so that must be her ace monster, right? it makes sense. Goddess with a 3rd eye. It's a level 4 light fairy monster, and it can basically substitute itself for a fusion material monster as long as the rest of them are okay. She uses her ace monster to get out her boss monster, which is Sint Joan later on in the duel. So I think this makes sense for Serenity, and if you want to put like a thematic reason on why, Goddess with the 3rd eye, Serenity Wheeler, most known for her eye operation, has to be, right? Weevil Underwood. Weevil's ace, I'm actually not too sure. I want to say it's Petite Moth. Since this monster is what gets the ball rolling to get out his boss monster, as Petite Moth, it evolves into Cocoon of Evolution. Cocoon of Evolution evolves into Great Moth, and Great Moth evolves into Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth. So that's like boss monster territory towards the end. Obviously later on, Insect Queen becomes his like true boss monster. Later on in the series, I would have actually said something like Parasite could have been. Obviously,
I'm at the worst part.
Decks,
the freaking stickers.
He could play it in his own deck. That was something that he could have done, but I don't know, maybe. Rex Raptor. Rex's ace monster, I feel like the giveaway is in the name. It's probably going to be 2-headed King Rex. It's in the name. It probably makes sense being his ace monster. Wow, this card's named after me. I'm going to become a dinosaur duelist. We never really had a backstory, did we, on why Rex loves dinosaurs? Anyway, this monster is a level 4 Earth Dinosaur type monster. It's okay, I guess. Originally, Rex's ace or boss monster was the Red Eyes Black Dragon, but he lost it, so I think this is the de facto ace monster anyway, so it makes sense for Rex. Mako Tsunami. Mako's ace is the Legendary Fisherman, a level 5 water warrior monster that has the effect that while Yumi's on the field, it is unaffected by spell effects, and it cannot be targeted for attacks, but it doesn't prevent the opponent from attacking you directly. The reason that this monster is Mako's ace monster is actually quite nice in a way. It is kind of a memento for his deceased dad, because his dad died at sea, and this card reminds him of him, this legendary fisherman, just like his dad.
To me, that card represents my father, a courageous fisherman who loves the sea as much as I do.
He gives it to Joey later on the series, like that's such a meaningful card as well, but fair play, yeah. So, yeah, Legendary Fisherman is an easy Mako Tsunami ace monster. Panic's ace monster is probably the Castle of Dark Illusions. Castle of Dark Illusions is a level 4 fiend monster that has the ability to increase the attack of all zombie monsters on the field by 200 attack. It's a little bit different in the anime. This card essentially amplifies other cards in Panic's deck, so it makes sense for this to be the ace, and like something like King Yami Makai being like the boss monster or something like that. That's what Panic need. Panic need a really big monster to be his boss, but makes sense for Castle of Dark Illusions.
Finally.
Bandit Keith. Keith's ace monster could be Barrel Dragon, but that feels more boss monstery. I'm gonna say it's his slot machine monster, which is a level 7 machine dark monster.
Come on, sticker.
But what makes it special is that it combines with 7 completed, 3 equip spells to give it like a big boost in attack.
Good?
I can see that being like his ace. Bones.
Are we done?
Bones' ace monster is Pumpkin King of Ghosts. I think this card was given to him by Bandit Keith. Basically, Pumpkin King of Ghosts is a level 6 dark zombie type monster. Has the ability, just like Castle of Dark Illusions, to boost up zombie type monsters' attacks and things like that. It's like an ace monster that supplements other cards in the deck. If we go by Battle City, there's a bit where they show all the signature best cards of all the duelists, and one of the cards is Bones' Call of the Haunted. So maybe Call of the Haunted is actually Bones' ace monster, ace card, and if we're going by that, then these are the ace cards of all these characters based on Kaiba's interpretation of their decks, if you want to go with them anyway. Esperoba. Although Esperoba's ace monster is probably Jinzo, with its level 6 Dark Machine and the ability to just say no to all trap cards, It's a great card. It is actually worthy of the title of boss monster as well. Now I did say that earlier. Ace monsters can be boss monsters if you don't get like an upgraded form of them at some point during the series. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. Jinzo. Maximilian Pegasus. Now, Maximilian Pegasus, I would say, has 2 ace cards. The first one is probably Toon World. This is a card that only he has. He didn't print it for anybody else. He kept it for himself because it was uber OP. This Toon card as well is a reflection of his like childlike wonderment, that part of his personality. The Millennium Eye, darker, more sinister side, that's where the second ace monster comes in, and that is Relinquished. Relinquished is an embodiment of the Millennium Eye kind of thing, so Relinquish makes sense. Relinquish is a really strong ritual monster, which we haven't had yet as an ace monster. Lets you take control of an opponent's
Thanks, appreciate it.
A boost an attack, and then if it's attacked, the damage is dealt to both players, I think, or it's just the opponent. I forget, I'd have to check the card. And we all know what this monster evolves.
Yeah, I agree. Shoot. Oh, no. I don't want to put it together yet. Whoa. Almost skip it. Either way. Oh, I'm jumping ahead. Stay there. And I just finished up the head. Oh, yep, it's the same. Yep. There it goes. Oh, God, it's killing me. All right, there you go. There's the head. Head's done. You are right about that one. That is actually a pretty good name. I ain't gonna lie.
Into, which would be the boss monster. Marek Ishtar. Okay. I feel like the Winged Dragon of Ra is the easy answer, but not the correct one. I think the Winged Dragon of Ra is Marek's boss monster. I think
I want to come back to the arms. I think I want to start with the legs and then come back to the arms.
Revival Jam.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'll come back to the arms. I want to start with the legs.
In defense mode.
Let's start with the legs.
I'd suggest you attack now before my slime creatures far outnumber you.
Keep in mind that in both decks, Marek has played with an Egyptian guard. I know he didn't duel personally as it, but when he was taking over the mind of strings, he had Revival Jam in that deck to supplement his Egyptian god card Slifer in that one. And then when he started playing with his Ra deck, he also had Revival Jam in that deck as well. He's got a slime fascination. He probably watches slime ASMR videos. That is why he likes slime cards. So yeah, Revival Jam I think is his ace monster. It's a level 4 aqua monster.
Okay,
Water aqua. And its effect is when it's destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can pay 1,000 life points. Special summon it in face of defense position during your next standby phase. But what makes this card especially good is he has loads of cards to help this card out, make loads of them and multiply them and things like that. And he even makes an Egyptian god slime with this monster. So I'm saying Revival Slime is Marek Ishtar's ace monster. I think that's hilarious. Ishizu Ishtar. Ishizu's a hard one to say. I'm gonna say it's Moodbora, but I mean, like, if you wanted to go a different route, I mean, maybe like Blast held by a tribute or Exchange of Spirit. Exchange of Spirit could be her ace card. Like, it's the card that helps facilitate her win condition. Flip the graveyard with the deck. That seems like an ace card, Exchange of the Spirit. But I guess her boss card could be Blast held by a tribute. That's like an actual win condition towards the end. But I think she just didn't play enough duels. We could really see some of her deck. So I'd like to have seen more. Odeon. Odeon's ace is probably like Temple of the Kings, or probably Embodiment of Apophis, which is actually, I quite like that as an ace, because then we have a trap monster as somebody's ace. You set his card face down, activate it, special summons itself with like 1800 attack. I think he played a playset in the duel, I can't remember. And then obviously his boss monster would be that Circuit monster, but we're not talking about bosses today, so that's a cool one for Odeon. The Paradox Brothers, I would say they have 3 ace monsters, which are the 3 Gate Guardians, Kazijin, Kuijin, and Sanga of the Thunder. So each one of those are their aces. So if they get them out, they're like looking good. And obviously when they fuse them together to make Gate Guardian, there's their boss monster. I think they've got 2 pseudo ace monsters as well, which are like Labyrinth Wall and Wall Shadow, Shadow Ghoul, whatever they want to call it. Raphael. Raphael's is a really easy one. It's Guardian Iatos. That's his ace monster and boss monster together.
Damn, I forgot
didn't
about
really
that
see
one.
him put any extra emphasis on any of his other Guardian cards, but Guardian Iatos is like the ace.
There we go.
It's his
Alright, I found him all. Alright, let's go ahead and start with the legs.
If you wanted to put like a boss monster version of this being his ace, then probably Guardian Dreadscythe is his boss monster when things go really bad. But yeah, that makes sense. Like fairy monsters. Pretty cool. Darts. Darts is ace card. It's probably the Silvery Calcos, which he like boosts and like grows throughout the duel. Qtora could be as well. Qtora is quite a strong card. The ability to just absorb all damage, and then you start getting into the boss monster category with like some of his other cards. So I think probably the Silvery Calcos is his ace card. The big five. For the big five, this is really obvious. It's who they become, basically. We've got Deep Sea Warrior, we've got Nightmare Penguin, Judge Man, Robotic Knight, Jinzo. Noah Kaiba's would be Shinato's Arc as his ace. It's his Deckmaster in that season as well, and then obviously it evolves.
This video's going to the weeds. I forgot about like most of these characters.
Like the upgraded forms. Gozaboru Kaiba, I guess his ace monster in the bundle we see him in would probably be Exodia Necros. It's his win condition as well though, so it's just one of those things. I think with that, we've covered the majority of the important characters' ace monsters, so I think that'll do. Would you like to see this done for one of the other Yu-Gi-Oh series? We can do that if you want me to. Other than that, let me know what your boss monster is. If you'd like to see me do this for another one of the Yu-Gi-Oh series, let me know in the comment section below.
Buster Blader, by the way.
Watch this video.
Since you asked, it's Buster Blader. Buster Blader is mine. Well, it's my ace.
Watch this video or watch neither. It's up to you. Thank you all for watching, everybody. Catch you later.
Wake up, rested, work out, killing it. Wow, the day just clicks.
Okay, I'm getting sick and tired of these stupid commercials. Oh, really, Pog?
Live from
I remember Pogs. Wow. Jeez, I remember Pogs. Yeah, no, I definitely stopped playing those at those times. Yeah, because I remember when Pogs were out. I remember I asked my mom for some and she never got them for me. All the Pogs I ever had came from friends. Because all my friends were like, oh, so they gave me some Pogs. I don't ever know what happened to those. But yeah, I remember Pogs. Wow. Oh, I remember those. No, at that time I got really big into card games. I started with Pokemon. That was the first card game I started with. But I never really got into it like that. And the only reason why I like Pokemon because like everybody wanted Charizard at the time. And I remember one kid in my elementary class freaking pulled a Charizard and sold it. And I was freaking shocked. But I would say, yeah, so yeah, it was, I started off with Pokemon. Then I went into, Yu-Gi-Oh! And I've been with Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever since. I tried Magic. I couldn't get into it. And then I started collecting all the Digimon cards, which I still have them now. They're dusty as heck. But I still have all those old Digimon cards. And I almost got every single one, too. I almost got every single one. But yeah, for the most part, I just stuck with Yu-Gi-Oh! That was my game. And the big thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! For me, though, was Yu-Gi-Oh! Was actually kind of like the first thing I played that I actually put time into learning. Because before that, yeah, I just did whatever I want. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the first thing I ever put time into to like really try to learn and figure out. Yeah, I couldn't get it. It just went over my head. And I just didn't want to take the time to learn it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was just very easy and it just made a lot of sense to me. But yeah, Magic, because my friend tried to get me into Magic because he went from Yu-Gi-Oh! To Magic. And yeah, I couldn't get into it. Ooh, Huh. Okay. Okay, I'm interested. I've never seen this game. Let's check this out.
Over the past couple months, as I've continued to play through a lot of these older classic Gundam titles, there's a couple things that have really begun to stand out to me. The first is more of a statement. They just don't make them like they used to. The PlayStation 2 is without a doubt home to the best games based on the franchise. That's not to say there aren't some decent games out there that released later, but it seems like overall it's been a steady decline since that golden era of 6th gen console goodness. The second is that the West sort of gets shafted when it comes to releases. There are some absolutely incredible titles out there that, for whatever reason, were never released to Western audiences. I'm talking about games like Battlefield Record 0081, Ayug vs. Titans, Gundam Unicorn. There are some absolute gems out there that sadly get overlooked, like the game we're covering today.
Yeah, yes, I know. Tough pill to swallow. I feel your pain with that one. I really do. I still got my PS2 to this very day. I still remember that system. Such a great system. So many good games came out for the PS2.
Mobile Suit Gundam: Char's Counterattack, which, if you couldn't tell from the thumbnail, this is a PlayStation 1 title, and it was released 26 years ago in the year 1998. So prior to booting it up, I really wasn't sure what to expect. I'm happy to say though, this game delivers. Before we get into available game modes, mechanics, and why I think this game is so great, let's address what would probably be the biggest concern for most English speakers out there. Just how accessible is this game being a Japan-only release?
I gotta step out my comfort zone and try new outfits out. I don't want to be stuck in my
I played a demo of Soul Reaver. I never actually played it. I always wanted to play it.
Well,
but
I would say
I never got the game. But I did play the demo back in the day.
It's extremely accessible. So much so.
But I remember so many of my friends back then freaking loved that game. They swear by that game. So many people I know was like, Soul Reaver is the greatest game ever. I never could get it. I just never got my hands on it. But I did play a demo. And it was cool, but once again, I think I would have had a better experience if I actually played it. Yeah, I know. The problem is I'm running on a budget. But I did hear about that. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I would love to pick it up though, because yeah, I did miss out on that series at its prime. So I wouldn't mind trying it out. I wouldn't mind trying it because I had never got to play it. I'm trying to think, what did I play back then? Oh yeah, PS2. I don't care what anybody says. PS2 has to be the best generation of gaming. I mean, because PS2 has so many games that came out for it. And it lasted so long. Yeah, if I would have to say the best generation of gaming on the planet, it would have to be the PS2 era. I would say the PS2 era is number one. Then I would say the Sega Genesis era is number two. 110%. And then maybe number three would be the PlayStation N64 era. But I would say those are the top three. Oh, I should do a video on that. I might do a video on that. So yeah, I might do a video on that. Absolutely.
So that I find it sort of crazy that this didn't get released in the West. Almost the entire game, with the exception of audio during briefings and cutscenes, is already in English. I mean, if you're just looking at menu and UI elements, you might not even realize that the game isn't an English release. So yeah, don't let the fact that this isn't a Western release deter you.
One of my favorite games that I played all the time was, what's it called? Not Bloody Roar. Primal Rage. Primal Rage. That was my game. Freaking love Primal Rage. That was the game I played all the time. I was always the Raptor. Yeah, that was specifically the game for me. Primal Rage. I played that one. What else I used to play? Oh, X-Men Children of the Arm. That was one of my favorite games. I played this for the Super Nintendo. Marvel, Warrior Gems, which I only played that game because I got it confused at the time with Marvel Superheroes, the fighting game. So when I got that game, I was super disappointed. But I still enjoyed it. Earthworm Jim is amazing. I love Earthworm Jim. Heck yeah. Yes. That's one of those games that I freaking love. Earthworm Jim. Vector Man. Vector Man's one I used to play. Man, what you call it? My cousin, he had this one thing. I have no idea what it was called. But basically, he would just get like a bunch of games. I guess it connected to the internet. I never knew what it's called. Never had one. But yeah, you connected to the internet, and then you had a bunch of Sega games that you can play. And so I used to be over his house playing all those games. Right? Yeah, Sega, I don't care what anybody says. Sega Genesis is absolutely one of the best systems of all time. Even though I'll admit this, damn it. I screwed it up. When it came to my RPG, when it came to RPGs, I was more on Super Nintendo. But yeah, Sega has some of the best. There's this one game, but this was on the Game Gear. This is one game I played. I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically, hold on one sec. Okay, my bad. Oh man, there was this one game back in the day. It was this game that was about. It was about like ninjas, but like the thing is when you played it, you could choose different ninjas. You had to go through the stage, and you could find secret ninjas, and they came with different attacks, and they had different colors. I forgot what that game was, but I've always liked that game because it was my friend, and I got to borrow it and play it. I used to love that game. I used to play that game all the time, but I never knew what that was called. Right? I forgot what that's called, but it was a cool game. I freaking love that game. I can't remember what it was. E1, E2. Damn it. Okay. Crap. Alright, yeah, this thing got jacked up. Come on. I never played that one. I never played Sunset Riders. Yeah, I never played that one. trying to think. What's a Nintendo game that I used to play all the time? Let me see. Well, I used to go to my grandma's house. Oh, there's so many. There's so many I don't even remember back in the day. When it comes to Super Nintendo, ooh. So there's a lot. There's a lot that I played. Oh, yeah. Now I know I didn't play it. I didn't know that they had any 4-player side scrollers. No, I didn't. Yes, they did. But they were. But I remember all those games were in the arcades. That's what I remember. Oh no. Okay. Okay. There we go. Crap. Okay. All right. We're gonna have to put you on this side, and then you gonna have to go on the other side. Right. Let me just grab this real quick. I just want to put this together. Alright. Yeah, see, this cut a lot better on this side than it did on the other side. Kinda. Okay. Oh, you know what game I remember that just popped in my head? Since we're talking about 4-player games, I remember the Avengers games that was in the arcade, and I remember the Simpsons game because my uncle actually just got that game with the 1-ups, and I forgot how fun that game was. That game was fun. The only issue with me when I play those 4-player games is I didn't really have too many people to play with. So that was my issue with the 4-player games. Alright, let's do this. Alright, yep. Do you remember a game? And nobody remembers this game when I ask them about it. Do you remember a game called Clay Fighters? Because nobody remembers that game. Yep. Yeah, I didn't have that luxury. I had to do it solo though. The only time I got to play was with my friends, but the problem is we always got into a fight because they always wanted to play something else. So that's what would happen. Oh, Frosty, I was on, what you call it? Was it Taffy? I mean, that's the same. Yeah. Every time I bring that game up, nobody remembers it. But, dude, Clay Fighters was a great game. I know it gets a lot of crap, like, when you listen, but, like, if you were there, man, I used to play Clay Fighters all the time. Taffy was my guy. Now, I don't know if that's his actual name, but that was my guy. My cousin used to use Frosty. I didn't really like Frosty. I didn't really like how he plays. But Taffy, yeah, that was the dude I used to play all the time. Oh, yeah. Jet Moto 2 was a good one. I love Jet Moto 2. Yep. I remember that one. Hands down, that was a great one. I 110% agree. Oh, Tropic Thunder. You remember that one? Was it Tropic Thunder? Or am I tripping? The one with the boat? The racer with the boats that like could transform and could drive on land? What's it called, Tropic Thunder? I don't think it's called Tropic Thunder. But that's one of my favorite ones out there right now. Alright, this one and this one. And then I remember Crazy Taxi in the arcades, but I hate playing that game because, at least in the arcades. I didn't mind playing on the Dreamcast, but oh, I hate playing that game in the arcades. Let's see, B2, B1, 7, C2, B2. Oh my, okay, there's B1. Okay, so 7, there you are. Rapid Racer, is it Rapid Racer? No, it can't be. Hold on, I'll look it up right now. Let's look it up. Google. There it is. All right, let me go to it. Let me check. All right, let me see. I could have sworn. What is this? Hydro Thunder! Hydro Thunder! That's what it was. It was this one. Yeah. I was. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, nah. That game was amazing in arcade. This one, I said if I ever get rich, I'm going to buy this game. It's this one, and... Oh, that sucks. Oh, I can't search on it? Okay, well, can't use that one. Alright, well, that sucks. Is that one? Okay, I gotta fix that. And this is one of my other ones. I know I spelled it wrong, but I should correct it. There it is. Virtual On. And what made this game so great, let's see if they show it. Well, do they show it? It actually was an arcade. It actually came with joystick. Oh, I played that. I love that one. I actually wound up playing that at Anime Expo once. That's the last time I played it. But oh, I love Virtual On. It's it's one of my favorite games of all time. And I said if I ever get rich, I'm definitely going to buy this for my little arcade room. Freaking love Virtual On. It's such a good game. I am yet to see a mech game like Virtual On. Okay. That's incorrect. I should say I have yet to see a mech game with the Virtual On controls. I have not seen it yet. But I love Virtual On. And what am I missing? What am I supposed to grab? I am supposed to grab... Oh, B2, 7. Man, I think I already got B2, 7. Did I put it? Uh-oh. Okay. I know I got it. Where did I drop it? Oh, no. Oh, no. Crap. C2. No, that's C2. Oh, there it is. Oh man, if you ever get a chance to go to Anime Expo, because the only place I see it now, it's the only place I found it, because you can play it for free, you don't have to pay. The only thing is you gotta take turns. But if you ever go to Anime Expo, it's usually there in the arcade system, and you could play. I think you get like 1 or 2 rounds, but that's the only place I ever saw it where you can actually play it. But if you ever want to know how it feels like to freaking ride in a mech, that is the game. I freaking love that game. If you ever played, which I would say the spiritual successors would be like the Gundam Versus series, like Maxi Boost. It's pretty much like that. Okay, hold on. Why? Okay, hold on. Did I cut it out? Oh, I never cut it out. Okay. So it's like, wait, what the heck is that? I never cut it out. Okay. All right. Oh, it's tripping. Robojocks. Oh, is that the one with whatchamacallit? Hugh Jackman? Oh, Robojock? No. The only one I remember a robot movie when I was a kid was Short Circuit. But hold on, let me look it up. Oh yeah, I never saw this one. What the heck? Oh, I want to put this on my list. I'm gonna put this on my list. Hey, as long as it's not like Transmorphers. I don't know if you saw that one. But I saw Transmorphers one time. Woo! That one. Yeah. Yeah, that was a rough one. That one was a rough watch. Transmorphers. If you want to see a really rough watch. Yeah. You know what? I won't even do that to you. I recommend you don't watch it, actually. That was a rough one. Well, let me ask you this. Is it better than G Savior? Because I watched G Savior and that movie was pretty bad. Yes, Transmorphers. Is this backwards? Hold on. What did I do wrong? No. Oh, yep. Is it backwards? No, that's right. Okay. I think they have 3 of them if I remember right. Done with the feet. Boom. Feet's done. Let's get to the actual legs. What do I need for the legs? Oh, 9/11. So I need E1 and E2. Oh, God. Ooh, I might need to get up for a sec. But I'll hang in there. That means I need B1. It's not. It's not. I watched an entire thing. I watched that entire movie. Oh. Because that crap came out on the Sci-Fi Channel. You know what? Let me give you a good one because it just popped into my head. Here's a good one. And it's based off of a manga. It's based off of an anime. I don't know if you ever heard of Guyver. If you want to... Oh, right. It was the first one, Sci-Fi. No, it was Sci-Fi. My fault. SYFY. Yeah. That one. I forgot. They did change the name. Yeah, Sci-Fi. Yep. Because that came out right after that. Because that came out as a bootleg version of the Transformers. And I watched the entire thing and I bashed my head. I said never again. That was a rough watch. A rough one. Yeah, it did. You're right about that. So if we want to go back to Sci-Fi, the SCI, the one I don't know if you watched it, check out Guyver. If you want to see a mature Power Ranger, it's based on anime, check out Guyver. That one was actually pretty good. Now, I don't know how good it holds up because I haven't watched it since I was a kid, but I freaking love that movie. Had some goofiness to it, but yeah, that one was a good one. Freaking love Guyver. C2. Do I need... I'll have to keep the C's here. And I just need E2. B2. And then... Wait a minute. Is there E2? Yes, I think there is E2. Yep, there it is. Okay, we're good. Was Mark Hamill in that movie? I didn't even know. I don't remember. You know what? Forget. I'm gonna look it up. I'll let me see. I didn't even know he was in that movie. Hold on. No. Oh, okay. I thought they had it for free. I thought they had it where it's like. Yep, here it is. Okay, that's the anime of it. Oh,
I do know.
Oh, jeez.
I said, let her go.
Go ahead. I'll look it up. Hold on. What the heck? Yeah. Alright. This one? Alright, hold on. Oh, okay, we can watch the entire thing, but let's see if we can find a... No, that can't be it. Ah, boo! All right, there we go. Let's look at. Okay, let's look at that trailer. Oh, that's Japanese. It looks like this is American.
My God, look at this junk.
2039. We almost there. $2039. Where's the flying card? Well, there's actually a couple, but where are the actual flying cards? Where is my mech?
Give it up, Brooklyn.
化け物ロボットやっつけるにはガンヘッドが必要なんだよ。もっと単純な照準ないのかよ。
10 seconds to contact.
いや、わかんないんだって。
When the two markers cross, fire.
初めからそう言えよ。ガンヘッド君、スタンディングモード。
Roger.
Right?
Gunhead.
What the heck? Yep. That's crazy. Oh man. I wish we could watch them. I would love to just watch some old movies on here and don't have to worry about getting like copyright struck or being took down, because that's what I would do. I would just go ahead and put on like an old movie and play that while I'm over here building. That would be great. I say yes. Particularly the stuff like you were showing, the stuff from the 90s. Absolutely. I don't remember a lot of them, but there are a few that always stood out to me. But I 110% agree. Okay, wait a minute. I have to make sure I did this right. Hold on. Let me make sure I did this right. Okay, yeah, I did it right. Yeah, this is right. Okay, we're good. Gotta make sure. I 110% agree. But like I again, it had to be from like the 90s and the early 2000s. I don't really watch anything from like, I want to say like the mid 2010s. I'm trying to think, cause yeah. Oh, I didn't read the last part. I didn't even see the sci-fi part. Yes, I agree with that. That's entire statement. You got it right. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh man. Hold on, wait, I got one for you. I got one for you. Yeah. Hold on, I got one for you. Oh. I don't know if you heard about this game, but jeez. Let's see if it comes up. Here it is. Oh my God.
You're still using the same cable network?
This one right here. Oh.
mighty leader.
She could mean the end, the beginning of the world as we know it.
A prophet.
They have been talking for years that Kagan was in search of a prodigious child. Where is she?
A young hero.
What will make us think that you won't attack?
Yep. Oh.
A land ruled by evil. A secret society of Avengers.
This is the headquarters of the Brimstone Society.
Yes.
Physical strength means nothing.
I do not intend to stop fighting for a second.
Seen it? Yep. I regret it till this very day.
Will the world be ruled by light or darkness?
Prepare to witness the beginning of the new era.
Whoa, man, wait, Big Kinsley was in this one? Holy crap, I didn't even know that.
Blood Rain. The adventure begins.
Yeah, that was a rough, that was a long day for me. That was, oh man, I saw that one. Well, I think I saw, I think they had like, what's like 2 more of those. Yeah, that was a long day for me. That one was rough. That one was rough. Ugh. I'll totally admit that I did not have fun with that movie that day. Trying to think, what other movies were there? I'm trying to think what other movies that were out there. I can't remember. Because all the ones that are going through my head right now are like really good ones. Oh man. Oh man. Oh. There was this one scene, I can't remember it, but I remember watching this one scene. They're just talking, but oh, the way they talked was so bad. Man, what's another game I watched back in the day? I'm trying to think. Trying to think. Oh, what? I remember this one as a kid.
This is gonna sound odd. What exactly are we saying this is?
I've been watching this.
Back to Little Tokyo, where some big news has just reached the big cheese.
A video game. 30 years later, and these old-fashioned furballs are getting a new video game. These darn pizza cats are always stealing my spotlight. I haven't felt this angry since
I remember this show so well because every time I remember seeing Samurai Pizza Cats, I always remember for breakfast before I went to school, I would always eat either cheese sticks or fish sticks as a kid. I remember this so well. You never seen it? All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find a clip. This is if I can find a clip. Yes. This is an old Saturday morning cartoon I used to watch as a kid. Yes! Biker Mice from Mars and SWAT Cats. Yeah, those are the ish. Here it is.
Will somebody please cue that fight?
Yep.
Samurai pizza cat. Right on. They're stamping out crime, and you know that ain't baloney. They're Speedy Cerviche, he's the leader of the bunch. Right. A heck of a fighter, makes a heck of a lunch. And little polyester, who's never afraid of going into battle when the bad guys invade. Here's Guido Anchovy, a wild romantic rover. This cat gets down with a love hangover. They're so bad, they've got more fur than any turtle ever had. Stronger than old cheese. Stronger than dirt. Out of my tail. Don't hurt me. They're fighting crime all over town. 3, 2, 1. On the run. The big cheese is the villain who's lower than low. It's a rotten shame. He
Yep.
lives in Little Tokyo. We've got a nasty bad bird and some nasty ninja crows. As soon as someone finds the script, we might begin the show. Sit right back, kick up your feet, and turn the sound up high. And if you want the full effect, go eat a piece of pie.
Yes, I remember that when I was a kid because I would have to go to school, and I still remember the taste. It was fish sticks and cheese sticks. My grandma used to make that for me. That's why I remember this so well. There it is.
Biker mice from Mars. Biker mice from Mars. Biker mice from Mars.
Yep. The dude I remember the most was the dude with the what you call it, the arm with the
Build your bed from the ground
with
up,
the laser.
starting with a
That's why
convenient
that's
adjustable base, and the
that's
most
what I remember the
comfortable
most from that series. Let's look at the other one. The one you have right here. Oh, I remember this theme so well. Yep. Right. Oh, what was that one show back in the day? There's a show. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold
Build
on.
your bed from the ground up, starting with a convenient.
There's one show. There's a show. Speaking of Junkyard, hold on. What is it? Oh my god, what was that show called? Oh, I can't. Oh, is that it? Hold on, I think I might find it. Hold on, let's see if it's it. Is it? No. Oh, okay, I found it. I found it. I found it. Yep, here it is. Here it is. Holy crap. Yes, it was this one.
When a mysterious meteor crashes into a lonely junkyard, derelict vans and cars take on human-like life. The vampires suck the gas from innocent cars to feed their need for speed and drain the planet of all its fuel. Only 4 teenagers, transformed by the meteor, stand between the vampires and a world sucked dry and running on empty.
Yeah!
Part car, all hero. The motivators must fight the night to save the day. So check your fear and get in gear. The vampires are here.
Oh my god, I remember watching that one as a kid. Holy crap, I didn't remember that one. Oh man. Yes, vampires. I want to watch it. I want to watch it, but we can't. Oh man. Yeah, that show is crazy. That show was crazy. But yeah, it is. It was like a mix of reboot and like Power Rangers, but basically is what it was. That's literally what it was. It was a mix between reboot and Power Rangers. Vampires. Forgot what that was called. I just like how they said had to say. Oh yes. Hold on. Oh yeah. All right, hold on. We got all right, we gotta check that one out right now. So entire intro. Let's see if that's intro.
There you are. I'm looking all over for you.
Contact my lies off of the
Oh, I remember that.
Captivating. Hey, Meta, translate that.
Which one of you is real?
Countdown control. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep. Oh man. I know exactly. Exactly.
It's like someone showed a bot.
Exactly. Ooh, what is this? Hold on. I want to look at this. What the heck is this? New mech game? I'm interested. this a game?
我们与沙尘无异，是宇宙中最常见的颗粒。欲望与诡计使我们受缚于铁躯，但怒火与硝烟将其与意志淬炼到一起。 解吞噬，并不是由于绝望，只是为了填平恐惧。也许会失败，也许会倒下，但在倒下前，我们会朝前方出最后一拳，向世界上一切热诚的人们。 倾诉我们的决心。
Okay, now I want to know more about that game. But it looks like it's only in Japan, though. Yeah, right? Yes. Exactly. Well, that's how they do, man. They pull you in with the trailer, and they pull you out. Toxic Crusades. The heck? Huh. I wonder what this is.
Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I had no friends, no girls that hugged me till I got radioactive ugly. Toxic Crusaders, Toxic Crusaders. I live in the dump cause the rib's real low.
He said, I live in the dump cause the rib's real low. He said, I live in a dump cause the rib's real low. I just want to say that intro song is wild. That intro song is wild.
It's 9:15. How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat.
I'm in an
I
actual
freaking love
I
that
thought
intro
Grammarly
song.
just fixed grammar.
Oh my god. I live in a Tucson phone. Oh man. Oh. You know what that show reminds me of? What's it called? Oh, what's that show called? What's that one called? Oh man. That is a good recommendation. Holy crap. I forgot all about Mighty Max. Yeah, I remember oh shoot. What up, Crocky? Good to see you. Man. You made it just in time. Right now, we're going through a bunch of old shows that came out back in like the 90s and early 2000s. Donkey. So. Holy crap. Yep, we're going through them. We're going through all the old shows right now. Shoot, we just got done with checking out Mighty Max. Got all about that show. There you go. Right? All right, cool. That's in there. And then this one goes in the right. All right. Okay. I see. Okay, this is interesting. Hold on. I'm just putting this together real quick, and then we'll get back to it. Oh, this one is the Ultron from the classic Gundam Wing. Just trying to put it together right now. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Boom, boom, and no, I had to put the feet together. Okay. All right, let's check out some other old oldies but goodies that I could remember from back in the day. Yeah, here. I'll show you real quick. Boom. That's what we're building today. Wait a minute, what? Hold on, wait a second. Hold on, I want to watch this. I still got some of these cards. I want to see if I can sell them for a crap ton of money.
This would be even better than Pink Sunset Italic.
Oh yeah, no, it's coming out really good. Me and Turning were just talking about how these kits are like 10 times better than the old ones. I'll come back to this one. What is the one I'm thinking of that I can't remember? Oh, what's that one called? This one that's off the top of my head. What is that old show? What is that old show off the top of my head? What is it called? Oh, found it. I know what it's called. Okay, hold on. This is one. This is one I'll give you right now. Let me know if you remember this one. There it is. Cowboy. Let me know if you remember this one.
Was it something I did? I'm just a normal kid. I'm not sure what they are. But they're totally bizarre. My name's Chris. Let me tell you about the moonlighting night when creepy crawler Goomandos came in a flash of light. All this glowing goo came pouring out, and then they appeared. And they've each got different powers, so they're all kind of weird. You could say I made some new friends, even though I'm not sure how. But me no Guggen Grime has my matchmaker now. He's making evil crime rhymes, I've got to stop him somehow. Now the whole world's in danger. Could it get any stranger? And slimy crime rhymes. Creepy crawler.
At Harbor Freight, we rigorously test and refine our tools. Look no further than Harbor Freight.
On the road to glory, ain't no turning back. Got to be the mighty ducks on the crack of time. Look out, clear the way. Ducks are here to play. Ducks rock. Ducks rock. Mighty ducks, here come the mighty ducks. Burning up the ice. Just try to stop the mighty ducks, and you're gonna pay the price. Here come the mighty ducks, fighting for gold. Let's hear it for the mighty ducks. Time to rock and roll. Let's go. Let's go. Ducks rock. Mighty ducks, ducks rock. Let's hear it for the mighty ducks.
In the mid-1990s, a new toy line called Mighty Max captured the imagination of children around the world. Created by Bluebird Toys, the Mighty Max sets were small playsets that could be opened to reveal a miniature world inside. The compact design and unique playability of these toy sets made them a hit among children and adults alike. And now every time we see them, they spark a wave of nostalgia among those who grew up with these monsters and gross out toys. Hi, I'm Paul.
I am muted! My man, I was talking this entire time! I forgot I muted myself. Oh, man. Yeah, I was muted. Thanks. That was embarrassing. So this whole entire time, I was just talking to myself. Oh, man. I know, but it was cooler because it was for boys. Come on now. You know how it was. Nobody liked Polly Pocket, but everybody loved Mighty Max. Yeah, I used to want those. I used to want those as a kid, but I never got them. Let's see, what's another one? Oh, okay. I just saw something I like. Actually, you know what? No, I won't do that. Yeah, actually, we'll do this and then we'll go to another one.
class is back in session. The great hunt begins. Venom!
Come on. Nobody can tell me that intro's not iconic. Nobody can ever tell me that intro's not iconic. Even though that series was in itself iconic. Until you got to the, that Beast Machine's crap. Okay, so A1, 3, 12, D2, 18. Okay, so I need A1, 3, 12, A1. I need 20 for sure. Alright. I need 12, right? I need 12. And I need A1, 3. Alright. Okay. And then D2, 18. C2, C2, B2. D2. Where's 18? D2, 18. Okay, D2, 18. And then B1, 15, 16, 31. B1, 15, 16, 31. So this is 15. It's 15. 16. And okay, no, we're good. 31 and B114. All right. Okay. And A1. No. A119. A1. Okay. 19. 119. Okay. I just want to say this right now on record that I am definitely enjoying this build. It's a really good build. I'm not even going to lie. I don't know how it's going to turn out at the end, but I am definitely enjoying this one. Is it okay? It's this one. This one goes right here. All right, correct. You go like this. Then this is A1. 12, right? Yep. Goes right here. Okay, then it goes. Okay. Yeah, this goes right in here. Alright, put this on the side. Let's go. This one. Goes this way. A116 goes right here. Oh no. I hope that's not what I think it is. Okay, give me 1 second. I just want to finish this up. Then we'll get back to it. I just want to finish this part up. It's not going to take me that long. Alright, there's that. C212, where's C2? Yeah, I know. That's why I had to pause for a sec. I just want to get this one part done. That's it. But I was enjoying it though. I ain't gonna lie. I was enjoying it. It's always fun. All right. Is this everything? Yep. So it goes boom. 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 And let's do this one. Yep. Just like this, right? Well, okay, ain't supposed to happen. But anyways, all right. Yeah, definitely. There's the waist. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's fun. I mean, I'll definitely put on something else. But yeah, no, that was fun. Going through everything. Absolutely. Oh, huh. Something came out on Pokemon. Let's see. Let's see if they're going to announce a new Pokemon game. Interested. I haven't checked one of these out in years.
Hello everyone, I'm Ishihara from the Pokemon Company. Today, February 27, is Pokemon Day.
Oh, okay.
This is the date the Pokemon Red and Pokemon Green games were first released in Japan, marking the beginning of the Pokemon series.
1817.
It's been 29 years since the birth of Pokemon, and we've reached this milestone through the support of all you trainers around the world. Thanks to all of you, it's now possible to enjoy Pokemon each day in a variety of ways. We hope to keep bringing you new experiences to brighten your day-to-day lives with Pokemon. In today's broadcast, we'll be sharing all the latest news about Pokemon, including our newest titles. Please enjoy
Okay,
the
okay, they
presentation.
are announcing some new Pokemon games.
It's the Netflix series Pokemon Concierge. Taking place at the Pokemon Resort on a tropical island,
Oh, yeah, I did
the
hear
story
about this.
follows Haru, who is still finding her feet as a new concierge, and Psyduck as they grow together through their interactions with the resort's Pokemon guests. Its charm lies in the warm visuals that can be achieved only through stop-motion animation. And new episodes of Pokemon Concierge are in production. They are slated for release in September 2025. What sort of Pokemon will Haru and Psyduck welcome as guests next? Take a first look at a few of the Pokemon they will meet in this motion test footage. Just look at the personality and how they move. But there's more. For a limited time, the first 4 episodes are available to watch on Pokemon's official YouTube channel for free. Please take this chance to watch them if you haven't been able to tune in to Pokemon Concierge yet. And we hope you look forward to the
Have
new
not watched
episodes
one
as
episode
well.
of that.
Hello everyone, I'm Utsunomiya from the Pokemon Company. Next, we have a number of other announcements to share with you.
In Pokemon Go Tour Unova Global
Holy
will take place
crap.
on March 1st and March 2nd. This event can be enjoyed at no cost from anywhere in the world where Pokemon Go is available. During the event, the legendary Pokemon Black Kyurem and White Kyurem will appear in raid battles and elsewhere. Also, trainers will soon have a chance to encounter Victini and Shiny Meloetta. We'll also share promo codes for everyone to enjoy. We hope you're looking forward to the new Season 2.
Ride this wave! Surf's up! We're heating up! Let's
good, I ain't gonna lie. What? I just read that! Holy crap! Oh shit! Oh my! Oh! Like I said, I forgot all about that show. And I remember when it was announced. Heck?
Remote
this?
Stadium will be returning to ranked matches. Enjoy intense battles in the unforgettable Remote Stadium. A new type of battle is also arriving, called First to 500. In it, a new feature called EOS technology allows you to gain special effects when you score a certain number of points.
I
Plus,
have no
look
idea
forward
what this
to an
is.
updated map with updated wild Pokemon. The win condition is simple. Be the first to score 500 points.
Pokemon Unite, never heard of it.
Next, allow me to share some news about the Pokemon video game series.
There we go.
The
That's what I
Pokemon
want to know
Scarlet and
about.
Pokemon Violet games. We're celebrating Pokemon Day with a Rotom phone case giveaway. Along with a mass outbreak event and other in-game events to come. A mighty Meowscarada, Skeledirge, and Quaquaval will appear in a series of Terra Raid battle events. And even more Pokemon are planned to appear in the future. We hope you continue to enjoy the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet games. Next, please have a look at this video.
Oh, wow. Yep. Stadium. Yep. I never had that one. Let's see they show the one I have. Nope. Skipped over the SP. Yep. Totally just skipped over the SP. Great. What? No way. Am I? Yeah, no, I thought that too. Oh, I thought I'd bring it to the self. I'm about to say, what? Oh, okay. Wait.
What you've just seen is the world's first glimpse of a new title, Pokemon Champions. This title will be focused on the Pokemon battles you know and love from core Pokemon games.
Of course.
Pokemon Champions will continue the tradition of pitting your skills against those of other trainers from around the world, but this time we're aiming for these core-style battles to be enjoyed by more players than ever before. Game Freak, the developer of the core games, is carrying out the planning for this project, while development is being handled by the Pokemon Works. And Pokemon Champions will be coming not only to the Nintendo Switch family of systems, but to mobile devices too. You'll be able to choose how you want to play based on where you are. What's more, you can also connect with Pokemon Home. Thanks to this connectivity, you won't be limited to using Pokemon you can partner up with in Pokemon Champions. You'll be able to team up with Pokemon who joined you on your adventures in previous Pokemon games. We hope you're looking forward to battling Pokemon trainers from all corners of the world. Stay tuned for future announcements regarding the launch date of Pokemon Champions. Next, we'd like to share some information about the languages Pokemon series games will be available in. Mr. Tomás Cortijo, please take it away.
Saludos a todos desde la nueva oficina de Pokémon en la hermosa Ciudad de México. Soy Tomás Cortijo, director regional para Latinoamérica de The Pokémon Company International. El día de hoy estoy muy feliz de anunciarles que Pokémon Champions estará disponible en español latinoamericano desde el día de su lanzamiento. De igual forma, además de los 9 idiomas que los entrenadores y entrenadoras pueden elegir, Leyendas Pokémon
I thought I was going to see something exciting, but nope.
español latinoamericano. Esto significa que de aquí en adelante habrá 10 idiomas disponibles para jugar. Finalmente, como ya anunciamos con anterioridad, las futuras expansiones del famoso juego de cartas coleccionables de Pokémon estarán también disponibles en español de Latinoamérica. Localizar productos como Leyendas Pokémon ZA al español latinoamericano permitirá que millones de nuevos fans se unan a la comunidad global de Pokémon y se conecten con otros jugadores de formas nunca antes vistas. Como parte de The Pokémon Company Group, este es un claro ejemplo de nuestra misión de unir al mundo a través de Pokémon. Saber que los fans disfrutan aún más de jugar Pokémon en su idioma local nos permite explorar nuevas formas para deleitar a los jugadores de diferentes regiones y mercados como Latinoamérica. Este es un momento increíble para ser fan de Pokémon, sin importar en qué parte del mundo te encuentres, por lo que no puedo esperar para unirme a todos ustedes en sus próximas aventuras. Nos vemos pronto.
Finally, here's the latest update on Pokemon Legends ZA.
Oh, what's that? Oh! They brought back Megas. At least I think they did. Not gonna lie, I haven't played this one.
Pokemon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokemon series.
Oh, it is new!
The
Hell
story
yeah.
takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokemon truly share.
Oh, okay, I see what this is.
After
Okay.
you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights,
I might get this
you'll
one.
meet 3 Pokemon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokemon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette.
Oh, what? Wait a minute.
Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer.
Wait a minute.
To
Are they
help
doing a
people and
retelling?
Pokemon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokemon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokemon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokeball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokemon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch.
I think I get it.
This game offers a style of Pokemon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokemon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokemon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokemon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's Keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokemon, the Pokemon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokemon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokemon Legends ZA, coming late 2025.
Pokemon Legends ZA is scheduled to release in late 2025. We hope everybody can wait just a little longer for their adventures in Lumiose City to begin. That concludes our announcements for today. Thank you very much for watching.
This forest is a magical place.
Alright, you read the title of this video and some of you think it's just clickbait. Yu-Gi-Oh! And dating sims? There's no way, right? Well, you're wrong. Today we'll talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force for the PSP, why I love this game so much, and why I probably won't play it ever again. Let's dive in. Since I was a PlayStation kid, the release of the PSP was very important in having something to pull out whenever my friends would brag about their Nintendo DS's. Fittingly, this small little friend came with a bunch of games from franchises I already knew and loved. The first two games I remember playing on this console are SpongeBob SquarePants The Yellow Avenger, which at the time and my young age felt awesome to play, even though it was probably mediocre at best, and Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force 1. I say 1 because they made like 6 sequels for this game, but we'll talk about that soon enough. At this point in my life, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had been a very familiar name. Forbidden Memories, Power of Chaos, Capsule Monster Colosseum, the GX anime, cheap bootleg copies of the original card game. I was into this stuff. Of course I wanted to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Whenever my parents would drag me somewhere I didn't want to be. So I did the only sensible thing a 9-year-old can and begged them to get it for me until they finally caved in. For those of you unfamiliar with the Tag Force series, I'll give you a brief rundown before I dive into what I find especially good in this game and what I find especially bad. You are a brand new student in the Duel Academy from the GX story. You know, the one Kaiba funded so that aspiring elite-level duelists can spend some of their most formative educational years learning about normal summons and trap cards.
In 10 years, you will open a duelist academy that teaches children how to play card games, and you will look exactly the same as you do now. Well, now I know you're full of crap.
Well invested money, Mr. Kaiba. You start off with a very lackluster deck, and are free to roam around the academy, talk to and duel all your beloved characters from the show, as well as other random students with a huge variety of decks. A simple concept, but it works really well. You also partake in everyday student life, like taking exams that can award duel points, spending said duel points on cards and sandwiches in the shop, and finding the occasional secrets hidden around the island. Fun stuff. The campaign is divided into 3 sections, and the first section is where you do all the aforementioned things. However, once 90 in-game days pass, the game will suddenly stop and check if you built a relationship with one of the main characters that is strong enough to team up for the upcoming school tournament and defeat the impending forces of evil that want to take over the whole world. Yeah, right. Anyway, I struggled a lot with this mechanic when I was a kid. You see, I had no idea of this dating sim aspect of the game, and I was completely clueless on how to turn someone into a suitable partner. Luckily, I did have internet access at the time, so I was able to find enough info to eventually do it, after many wasted hours. Basically, each character has different strategies, but it usually comes down to a combination of choosing the right topics to talk about, giving them their favorite sandwiches, and winning duels against them. Once you fill the gauge enough, other events are unlocked, like participating in the tag tournaments on Sundays. You know, actual tag dueling, like the title suggests. In all honesty, this dating sim aspect of the game is not too shabby at all, considering it was probably an afterthought once they got the dueling AI down and the map had been built. Once you manage to find a partner after these 90 days, the second phase starts. Now it's all about tag dueling various teams on the island made up of all the characters that were running around solo before. Basically, you bet a certain number of medals on every duel. Your goal is to rack up 90 of these medals, and then proceed to beat the other finalist teams who definitely are amongst the elites, cream of the crop, the best in the academy, no doubt. And once you beat them all, the last phase of the game is initiated. The third and final phase consists of fending off the 7 Shadow Riders. Ooh, how spooky and intimidating. Okay, she's creeping me out for real. Anyway, you fend off the 7 Shadow Riders, just like in the anime, and then you face off against the final boss Kagemaru, who uses a Sacred Beast deck, just like in the anime. Wanna know what else, just like in the anime?
You're good to go.
It's hard to name a thing in this lifetime that'll last me a lifetime, but I'll only need one internet.
100% fiber, powered by the speed of light. Switch now to Frontier Fiber, starting at $29.99 per month.
At Ralph's Pharmacy, Care is making it easy to save more. Most insurance plans and discount cards are accepted.
Honey.
Care is convenience that works for everyone. A world of care is in store.
The protagonist does everything on his own, one-on-one, without tag dueling together with your laboriously acquired partner. Weird decision, but hey, once you beat his ass, at least you get a nice ending screen with your sandwich soulmates and the credits roll. Of course, you keep your progress with all your acquired cards and are free to replay the campaign to team up with other characters and try out different deck builds. This game does have a fair share of problems, that's for sure, but nostalgia aside, some of these features work extremely well. Let's talk positives first. My favorite feature, hands down, is the shop. You earn duel points by, well, dueling, and you use them to buy booster packs. Simple, effective, fun, and affordable, unlike the real-life equivalent. At the start, you only have a few packs available for purchase. Some of them rotate throughout the in-game week, some of them require you to befriend certain characters or face different
Oh my! I had my mic on mute again.
Completion tracker
hey!
direct gameplay impact.
Turning
also very
cog. If you see this, my bad.
Oh,
my mic was on mute again. Sorry about this.
At least it felt like that back in 2006.
Thanks for coming on, man. Hopefully you watched the.
Skip it entirely, but if you choose to watch,
hopefully you come back and watch this.
Some nice visual effects. Of course, nowadays we're
I didn't realize my mic was on mute again.
Really stood out.
My bad.
Overall, a really nice way of.
But anyways, thanks for coming on. Definitely appreciate it. Once again, of course, I was talking to myself.
This shop mechanic encourages you to.
Oh yeah, that was embarrassing. I said, "See you later. You have a good one," and I didn't realize my mic was on mute. Of course it was.
Aspect I want to highlight positively is the.
Of course it was.
You see, in the first Tag Force game, you have class every day except Sundays, of course, because that is the day of the tournament day. Going to class would sometimes introduce some random dialogue that was probably only funny in the original Japanese version, but the first few times you actually play some tutorials to learn the fundamentals of the card game, much like most of the students there. Wasn't there like an entrance exam or something?
I have a PhD in dueling. I've earned the title doctor, thank you.
Anyway, if you attend these tutorials, even if you skip them after 2 seconds, you get some extra cards to boost your deck early on. You'd also have some exams throughout the first story part that you could take to obtain various rewards. And this exam actually required some knowledge about the card game, even though it was rather basic and trivial knowledge, but it was a real exam nonetheless. Now, while this might not be extremely fun for some people, it's hard to deny that it did a lot for this game's immersion. I feel just like Jaden when my clueless ass is sitting there and trying to figure out how many equip cards can be equipped to one monster. The answer is not 10, by the way. You also had a PDA device with a calendar where you could see upcoming events in the story, and these events would often reference specific episodes in the anime, like the Dark Magician Girl episodes, or the whole plot with Chaz leaving the academy and then returning with his edgy blazer to stand up to his brothers. When you befriend some of the main characters, specific story events would also occur, sometimes requiring you to engage with other characters in order to obtain specific items that are otherwise not accessible. I know it sounds silly, but this really made the world of this island feel a little bit more real. Another strong suit of this game is the tag dueling itself. If you've never tried it, you might not be aware, but tag dueling in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually a ton of fun. Sure, the AI makes some questionable decisions occasionally, and certain cards and archetypes are not balanced for tag duels at all, but in the context of an offline game like Tag Force, it's a ton of fun. Choosing a partner with a shitty archetype, and let's face it, most protagonists and sidekicks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Play horrible decks, allowed you to synergize well and defeat opponents who would play stronger cards, but not necessarily be in sync with each other. My main gripe with this feature is that there is not much challenge once you match your partner's deck and try to build properly. In most cases anyway, but regardless of that, there is so much fun to be had here. It really showed me the potential that lies behind tag dueling in this game, and it's quite a shame that they would eventually stop developing these games. The final thing I really need to compliment is the actual dueling sim itself. Overall, it works really well, a few bugs aside. The cards are nicely visible, the animations and sound effects are satisfying. You can easily play these games just to test out some decks from that era and enjoy some nostalgic Yu-Gi-Oh action. Of course, there are also things that are more likely to prevent you from enjoying your time, and I think we need to address them too. This game is long. The game actively encourages you to finish it with multiple characters so you can unlock packs and their corresponding cards, deck recipes, etc. However, finishing all 3 story parts with one single character takes ages. The first part is already a bit grindy, as it takes quite some time and a lot of sandwiches, trust me, a lot of sandwiches amongst other things, to befriend the character enough so they team up with you. Then, you need the 90 medals in the second part, which consists purely of mindless grinding, and then you still need to do like, what, 7 or 8 duels in the third part to finish the game? That's quite the journey, considering how many unlockable packs are hidden behind this process. And it's also just fun to play with different partners, try their archetypes, and indulge in the ridiculously unbalanced nature of Tag Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Having the story mode be this long makes this way less appealing. Another thing is the rather bad AI. I mentioned this before, but the AI does act very stupid sometimes. Like, there's an obvious play your partner could make to save the day and possibly win the whole duel, but they just refuse to do that. Instead, they do something completely moronic. Now, this doesn't happen that often, luckily, but it is a problem worth pointing out. I guess the silver lining here is that this game is, for the most part, rather easy, so it's seldom a real issue. Annoying nonetheless. Ironically, this is also the next point on my list. This game is extremely easy, for someone who knows how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyway. Sure, if you choose weird partners with even weirder decks, try to match their shitty archetype and compete at their highest level Sunday tournaments, you'll probably fail miserably. And yes, these championship tournaments tend to be a bit difficult, but that's only really because you need to rely on your partner who often has bad cards and makes even worse plays with them. Truly standout talents right here. I really wish they could have included more possibilities to face strong opponents, possibly ones that also have matching decks that synergize well and use the same strategy. This could have been a really cool opportunity to explore how good some of the bad archetypes can become in a tag setting, and how broken some already good ones might turn out. Big missed opportunity, certainly, but what can you do? Maybe the sequels tackle this issue a bit better, but I guess we'll find out in a future video. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell so you don't miss it. The next issue is the fact that this game is, in a way, an actual dating sim. This is not something inherently bad or doomed to fail by design, however they could have expanded the system with more small features to build relationships and connect more characters with little story arcs. I know, budget, schedule, staff, yada yada. A lot of reasons why this probably didn't happen, but it would have helped to build up the already decent immersion and turn a tedious and confusing system into something fun. The final thing I need to complain about is somewhat pedantic, but here goes.
Makes match more happy with game.
Nature made. You take care of them, we take care of you.
Why the hell is the final encounter in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force a solo duel? Like 1v1 instead of 2v2? How difficult would it have been to pull some weird clone or time travel shenanigans to make it possible? It's not like GX is unfamiliar with batshit insane plot points already.
What's the holdup? Forgive me. How do I start this contraption?
Or to at least make it 2-on-1? Hell, if the Royal Prince of the long-lost city of Atlantis is willing to do it, surely an old geezer who suddenly looks like Feng Wei from Tekken once he's done with his ancient Egyptian skincare routine would be a-okay with that. After all this tag dueling, all this grinding for 90 medals and everything afterwards, you're telling me that this climactic event of the entire game has me dueling on my own while my partner is just standing there? Menacingly? A weird decision for sure, but again, what can you do? At least it only impacts one encounter in the game. Okay, before we end this, there's one more thing I need to talk about. There is a port of this game for the PlayStation 2. Weirdly enough, it was released after the sequel to this game, Tag Force 2, and also contains a few characters from the sequel, apparently. The wiki is written in a very odd way, so forgive me for any potential misinfo here. I never played this game myself, and I don't think I will, quite frankly. I'm not exactly sure what the appeal would be, as it seems like they just released this because the first Tag Force game sold well and they wanted to cash in on all the people who didn't own a PSP. Either way, it does exist, and was probably the introduction to this series for a lot of people back in the day, so there is certainly something good that came from it. Maybe I'll play it at some point on stream or something. All in all, I love GX Tag Force. Or rather, I love that it exists, because it allowed very young me to immerse myself into this fantastical world of overly expensive card game holograms and Schwarzenegger parodies.
Hasta la vista, baby! I'll be back!
Also because it paved the way for its numerous sequels, some of which I know are way better games that improve upon a lot of the existing systems here. I'd love to talk about them in more detail soon, so if you want to help me out in the meantime, remember to like the video, it really means a lot. There's a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh! Content planned for the very near future, so make sure to subscribe to this channel and ring the bell so you always stay up to date. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
I don't know why this doesn't close well. Alright, so that's another issue. The wing does not close well.
If you poke around at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, it won't be long until you inevitably run across someone yearning for the days of yore when Yu-Gi-Oh! Games had stories and you collected cards piecemeal like a role-playing adventure. Some people have specific nostalgia for Forbidden Memories, others for Duelist of the Roses, even for others for games like the World Championship Series. However, in my own experience, I have always witnessed a great fervor for a trio of games released for the PlayStation Portable. These games allowed a player to become their own transfer student to Duel Academy and become friends with all the major characters in the anime like Jaden, Chaz, Alexis, and many, many others. These games have a title that also invokes an immediate response to those who hold them in great regard: Tag Force.
Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows
just
how.
don't close well. Okay.
This new year, it's time to finally refresh your bathroom and create a space you'll love. Floor & Decor's affordable bathroom selection is in stock now.
Okay. Sure. Sure.
With so many Final Fantasy games now in existence, there are countless opinions out there about which ones are great and which ones aren't so great. There are, of course, many factors that go into such a determination, and what's interesting is that if you asked two different fans of the franchise to name their top 5 and their bottom 5, the chances of them being the exact same games in the exact same order is very low. On a professional scale, this can be evidenced by games journalists pulling together their own lists. For example, in March of 2024, Steve Watts and Brendan Hess of GameSpot, who I'm sure are lovely people, used their collective brainpower to place Final Fantasy VI as the absolute best Final Fantasy game ever made, with Final Fantasy XII, specifically the Zodiac Age iteration, coming in second. But only a few weeks earlier, Chris Freiberg and Matthew Bird, who I'm sure are equally lovely people, pulled their intellects together to write a piece for Den of Geek. They agreed that Final Fantasy VI was the best, but determined that it was Final Fantasy VII, not Final Fantasy XII, which was the second best game, and to emphasize this, they placed Final Fantasy XII way down in 10th position. Taking this notion further, people can't even agree on what should be classified as the golden age of Final Fantasy. There are those who believe it relates to Final Fantasy VII through 10, while others include Final Fantasy VI as the start of the Golden Age, and others still include Final Fantasy XII on the end, while excluding Final Fantasy XI and 10-2. Square Enix themselves actually classified the Golden Age as Final Fantasy VII through 12, including 11 and 10-2, as denoted by a presentation they did at PAX back in 2012. The bottom end of the scale, though, then gets even muddier, as also shown by the aforementioned lists. Now, we could sit here and tell you what we think are the best Final Fantasy games ever made, and also the worst, but that's not really our style. What we prefer to do instead is rely on data. So we thought we'd do one of our egregious surveys, and after asking almost 2,500 people their thoughts on 57 different Final Fantasy games, we're excited to share the results. To explain a bit more though, some months ago we produced a survey where we listed 57 different entries from the Final Fantasy franchise.
We already watched this one. Okay. So. Great. Alright. I watched that one. That one was good. Oh yeah, let's watch this.
Link Monsters made their debut in 2017, with Konami aspiring to fix a few problems: power creep and summoning monsters from the extra deck in mass. When the move happened, Link Monsters were hated because of the huge restrictions that were levied in place. Now, it's hated because it became the very thing it sought out to destroy. This is why everyone hates Link Monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's go ahead and jump.
Not the sports and pendulums, but
now,
okay.
in a previous video, I talked about how Link Monsters were supposed to fix the game. The pendulum mechanic was quite problematic at the time, and Links were Konami's way of a soft reset to the entire card game. It was supposed to combine all of the other mechanics and unify them under one umbrella, but it's kind of obvious how that worked out considering the title of this video. Like I said in that video, if pendulums are the confused middle child that got blamed for bringing the family together, then Lynx is the deviant that gets away with everything and everyone else around it gets punished. Allow me to explain.
Have you guys considered a bassier siren sound? The whoop whoop could be whoop whoop whoop.
Making their debut on August 3rd, 2017, Link Monsters came with some serious rule changes that punished every other mechanic in the game. It's almost like when the favorite family member comes over to visit and you have to give up stuff so they can be happy. And Pendulum's the black sheep of the family got it the worst. When links were first introduced, one of the biggest things to happen in the card game was that pendulums lost their very own zones. Before link monsters moved into the room to cramp up the space, pendulum monsters used to have their very own specific zone outside of the spell and trap card that you can place them into. And this felt a lot more complete for back row heavy pendulum type mechanics. Strategies like Cleave Forts, which often relied on cards like Reclate and Vanity's Emptiness to be able to play, to Magispectors, a deck that was notorious for being able to search spell and trap cards to interact on the opponent's turn. Even some of the most powerful pendulum decks like Perform Mage, Perform-a-Pow relied on being able to search cards like Solemn Strike from the deck to the hand and didn't need to give up spell and trap card zones to be able to activate pendulum scales. That was a huge change that happened when link monsters were introduced. Another huge blow to the pendulum strategy is that pendulum monsters could no longer be special summoned from your extra deck to the side of the field unless it pointed to a link.
Alright, backpack's done. Besides the weapon, I probably should finish that real quick. Then I gotta go for the arms. D1. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna do this. C2, 17, 19, C2, 19. Oh, I get it. Okay. This one goes right here. The other C2. Okay.
Monster. Pendulum strategies were often seen as a huge investment. If you think about it, you have to dedicate at least 2 monsters to your pendulum scales and then other monsters in your hands to bring them out. The reward would be in future turns you can bring those monsters out at the drop of a dime. The risk reward factor here is debatable, but one thing that did happen when link monsters were introduced is that it significantly made the risk much higher for pendulum type Yu-Gi-Oh decks. But that wasn't the only strategy to receive sanctions. You see, while the pendulum mechanic was hit the hardest, the other mechanics that revolved around the extra deck were hit too. Originally, when link monsters were first introduced, Exceeds, Synchros, and Fusion monsters could only be special summoned to where a link arrow points to or into the extra monster zone first. This was Konami's way of simplifying the game and slowing down decks that special summon from the extra deck in mass. If you actually allow me to rewind a little bit, prior to 2017, Yu-Gi-Oh was going through a really tough time. Decks like Dinosaur and Pendulum were summoning a massive amount of monsters from the extra deck and putting up almost unbeatable Yu-Gi-Oh boards. But at the time, the strongest strategy in the game was Zodiac, a deck that was built on being able to summon the powerful Zodiac Trident, but then also have a plethora of spell and trap cards to be able to counter your opponent's plays. Now, old school Yu-Gi-Oh is something that I absolutely love to talk about, and if that's something that you guys want to see, let me know down below in the comment section if you want me to talk about old school Yu-Gi-Oh formats and powerful cards that were in it. So before I get beside myself, let's continue on about links. Our very first glimpse of link monsters happened in starter deck Link Strike, giving us 3 monsters. Decode Talker, which was the strongest of all 3 of them, unfortunately required multiple monsters to be able to summon to have the arrows pointing down. Honeybot, the Link 2 monster, unfortunately required 2 Cyberse monsters and Link arrows were only pointing sideways, meaning that this card could not be a good opener. The last card was Link Spider, a Link 1 monster that is regarded to as one of the better Link 1 monsters in the game. But at the time of this card coming out, it's pretty useless as normal monsters are pretty useless. And while Link Strike is the official release of Link monsters, the reason why I said August 3rd, 2017 is because this is the very first time we actually get to experience Link-based strategies. Code of the Duelist drops and it's actually met with a bit of skepticism, but optimism for the Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network? Frontier Fiber is here. Get this amazing deal before it's gone. Switch now for just $29.99 per month. Get free premium Wi-Fi and free expert install.
Game. The World Chalice strategy shows Link monsters in their potential. By using normal monsters, the deck can actually make a solid Yu-Gi-Oh! Board. Players soon figured out that the agent creation of Venus was really powerful for World Chalice because you can summon normal monsters at ease. This was seen as a pretty fun deck to play, but nothing too outrageous. The other strategy to come out in Code of the Duelist is Trickstar. Now, this is a really powerful strategy on release. And the last strategy to come out in Code of the Duelist wasn't seen as too good. Gokis are a strategy that when they were sent from the field to the graveyard, they can add any other Goki monster from your deck to your hand. It's weird taking this path down memory lane because if you played in the Link format, you realize that Goki is one of the most busted strategies in the game. But at the time of Code of the Duelist, you have to remember players are still stuck on the Synchro, Exceed, and Pendulum lines as well as Fusion. You see, typically these type effects aren't necessarily broken with those particular mechanics, because in order to be able to gain these effects, you needed to have two monsters on the field with the same level, or you needed a tuner monster to synchro summon them with, or you needed polymerization to be able to fuse these cards off the field. Basically, these cards needed an extra mechanic, another layer to be able to gain the benefits of searching other Goki cards from your deck to your hand. And it's a little bit of foreshadowing, but this becomes one of the biggest problems with Link monsters. We'll talk about that a little later. Code of the Duelist shakes up the format enough to have some really interesting interactions, but Zodiac is still the top deck in the game. Now, all of that changes on October 19th when Circuit Breaker is introduced. Now, crazily enough, Circuit Breaker doesn't have any game-changing strategies upon release, but two of the biggest cards to come out of this set is number 41 Baguska the Tired Taper. This card is seen as Konami's proverbial nail in the coffin, as its effects are detrimental to anything not a Link-based Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck. At the time of this card's making, it was oppressive enough to discourage players from playing anything that wasn't a Link-based Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck. Like I said in the early analogy, it rewarded the deviant and punished everyone else. But the real game changer inside of this Circuit Break set isn't evenly matched. The card was crazy, but the genuine problematic card is Spiral Double Helix. Spiral Double Helix gave support to the Spiral strategy, a deck that did not see play when it made its debut in Dark Illusions. But everything was set to change around this card, giving you the ability to be able to special summon a Spiral monster from your deck, combined with the mechanic on how Link monsters operate, made this the tier 0 deck of the format. Allow me to explain. You see, by design, Link monsters are inherently busted. Unlike Synchros, Exceeds, and Fusions that require a tuner, two monsters with the same level, or even specific monsters or attributes, Link monsters just require monsters. It's the most simplistic way of being able to summon another powerful monster out of your extra deck, which was only being gatekept by the fact that there wasn't enough Link monsters. Take, for example, at this time with Circuit Break, one of the most...
Alright, backpack is officially done now. And the weapon is done. The main weapon. Now all that's left is the arms. And we're going to knock that out right now. Let's go ahead and get with the arms. Okay. What do I need for the arms? I think I need everything. The arms is like it's going to be a lot. Uh-oh. I might have dropped something I didn't mean to drop. Uh-oh. Crap, okay, when I'm done I'll look for it. Ah, shoot. Oh no, there it is. Ooh, okay, we're good. Put this over there. Alright. I want to see if he talks about pendulums. Alright. Now, let me first knock out the shield. That should take 2 seconds. Six, 8, 11. Okay, let's go ahead.
Powerful Link monsters in the game was Mrs. Radius. This card was crazy good strictly because it had 2 Link arrows pointing downward and was somewhat generic. Other monsters like Trigate Wizard and Firewall Dragon required too many resources to be able to play until Spiral came around. Spyro has quite a few cards to be able to summon monsters to your side of the field with ease, whether it was Spyro Mission Rescue or Assault, which did not have a once per turn clause, all the way down to monsters like Spyro Super Agent and Spyro Quick Fix, a monster that is decently balanced because once it summons itself to the side of the field, it's banished, meaning the only way to get this card to the graveyard was to Exceed with it, which also was pretty balanced because there's no way to get rid of Exceed monsters, except for linking them. Spyro became the very first glimpse of what Link monsters were to become, easily playing through the game's most powerful and only hand traps, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, Effect Veiler, and Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, while being able to summon powerful monsters like Tri-Gate Wizard to the side of the field, Firewall Dragon, and Link Karibo. Now, the 2017 November ban list does help alleviate this problem, limiting Blackwing Gofu, which was a powerful card to be able to get Link monsters to the side of the field, but also limiting both Spyro Gear Drone and Quick Fix, making this deck a little bit more balanced. And seeing that the Spyro strategy predated Link monsters, surely Konami has learned their lesson and has foolproof future strategies to not take advantage of Link monsters in this particular way. This is what I like to call ominous foreshadowing. February 1st, Flames of Destruction is the first main Yu-Gi-Oh set introduced, breathing new life and new possibilities for the Link mechanic. This particular set itself produces some of the most busted Link cards that are still on the ban list. Isolde, Two Tales of Noble Knight, and Curious the Lightsworn Dominion are cards that get banned later on, and the jury is still out on cards like Saryuja's Skull Dread because it is a very powerful card. But the most game-changing card in this entire set is actually bringing power back to Pendulums with Heavy Metal Foes Electrobite. You see, during this time, while Konami did take away power from a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh strategies that relied on the extra deck, they also introduced a ton of Link monsters to give those decks more power.
Shield's done.
It just had to go through the Link mechanic, and also, unfortunately, these cards felt incredibly overpowered.
Let's just work on
Heavy
the
Metal
arms.
Foes Electromite by itself spawns an entire format where Pendulum becomes the strongest deck in the game. The deck is almost actually hit immediately and still becomes one of the mainstays throughout the time of this particular era of Link summoning. Ironically enough, Pendulum was so powerful in this era, it affects how you play Yu-Gi-Oh today.
In the Champions League knockout phase, every decisive moment gives you goosebumps.
You see, during this time, Pendulums was one of the very few strategies that can summon a plethora of monsters that can stop your opponent from doing things. A lot of players like to call these negate.
Cool. All right. Yep. Oh no. Yeah. No. Yeah. All right. First runner cleaned. That just left on there. Cleaned off. All right, we're done with that one. And now I think I need all these. Yeah, I need all these. Every single one. Yeah, every single one. Every single one. We need that thing. Except for, yep, human bees. Okay. Let's go with D1, D2 first. Here's D2. And D1. Yep. And E1, E2. Alright, let's keep going.
Gates. This particular method of Yu-Gi-Oh was birthed during this time, and even in today's deck building, players still look for these type of core values when it goes to building a powerful Yu-Gi-Oh strategy. Now, if I told you we had two formats that can be considered very problematic in less than a year, I would be lying. There was actually more. You see, we start to hit this ongoing theme with Pendulums. The game becomes less and less about what your core strategy does, and more about how many monsters can your core strategy summon to the side of the field to gain access to some of the most broken Link monsters in the game. The original Link monsters to do this were monsters like Firewall Dragon, and then it became Borlo Dragon in Saryuja's Skull Dread. There are actually a ton of decks that are centered around summoning some of these powerful cards. But nothing really gets worse than Flames of Destruction opening the floodgates on what Link monsters could potentially be. Flames of Destruction does give us some really powerful cards that players still remember, monsters like Altergeist Multifaker, which makes the Altergeist strategy what it is, and then powerful spells and trap cards like Red Reboot and Called by the Great. And In no way, shape, or form am I trying to say Flames of Destruction was a mistake. The Nightmare Monsters definitely are, though. The Nightmare Monsters were the first group of generic Link monsters that players started to soon figure out that they can summon with ease inside of their decks. Eventually, that Goki Yu-Gi-Oh strategy that was introduced in Code of the Duelist became a top-tier Yu-Gi-Oh deck because it could take full advantage of these Nightmare Monsters and do something called Extra Link. Most people may know what an Extra Link is. It's basically when every single one of your Link monsters co-link to one another, meaning that their arrows point towards each other, meaning that you can summon Link monsters all the way across to your board, but even more importantly, you can occupy both extra monster zones. Nowadays, occupying both extra monster zones is a really big accomplishment, but back in this particular time in Yu-Gi-Oh, occupying both extra monster zones was almost a death sentence. You see, back in this day, in order to have access to your extra deck, you needed to be able to summon a monster to where a Link arrow points to. And it just so happened that in this particular time of Yu-Gi-Oh, there was enough Link monsters to be able to extra link your opponent and not give your opponent an extra link to point to, meaning that they couldn't special summon from the extra deck. Pair this with another card that came inside of Flames of Destruction, Nightmare Corruptor Ibli, your opponent just simply couldn't special summon. And Goki was a deck that can do this with ease. Now, if that wasn't enough to justify players hating Links, it does get worse with Goki. On June 28, 2018, Battles of Legends Relentless Revenge is introduced. This is a follow-up on one of the best sets of all time in Light's Revenge and introduces some really cool cards. Cards that you may know like number 75, Babusali Gossip Shadow, and number 90, Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord. Really decent, powerful, but not overbearing Yu-Gi-Oh cards are inside of this set, as well as some really good reprints. But one of the worst cards ever printed in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh also comes inside of this set, and Topologic Gumblar Dragon. Topologic Gumblar Dragon has a really interesting effect. If another monster is special summoned to where Gumblar Dragon points to, you can discard up to 2 cards from your hand and your opponent has to do the same. Then if this card is extra linked and your opponent has at least 1 card in their hand, they have to discard up to 2 cards in their hand, and if they currently have 0, they take 3,000 damage. Seeing that Goki was a deck that could already extra link, it would be a little unfair to force your opponent to discard 4 cards from their hand in the starting process. But Topologic Gumblar Dragon did exactly that. And it didn't make matters better that in the next set, Cybernetic Horizon, we received exclusive monsters known as the Dangers. Monsters that can summon themselves to the side of the field at will. Now, you're probably at this point in time starting to see a recurring thing. Monsters that can easily summon themselves to the side of the field are really powerful, and they only help further the Link strategy. The Danger monsters actually seem innocent here, but since their effects are not once per turn, and some of them can guarantee a special summon to the side of the field, this actually helps propel a deck that can end players' turns before they get to even start. Slightly worse than the Topologic Gumblar loop that Goki players did. This led to one of the most infamous moments in the Link era where a pro Yu-Gi-Oh player beat a kid on the stream using this FTK. He didn't even get to play. Now, all of that happened in about a year and a half of Link monsters existing in Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point in time, you can probably get why people hold a grudge towards this strategy. After all, Link monsters did see the most amount of Yu-Gi-Oh players completely quit the game. Fortunately enough, after what could be considered the darkest time in Yu-Gi-Oh, it does get better. But to be honest, it kinda had no choice but to get better. This particular era of Links did have one of the best formats of all time, known as the Toss format. Strategies like Solomon Great, Thunder Dragon, Sky Striker, Orcus, and even Altergeist were very powerful and balanced cards during this time. It's one of the very, very few bright spots to happen during this era of Yu-Gi-Oh! And is an era that players are looking forward to any single time one of these strategies gets support to make them viable. Link formats after the Toss era are met with mixed reviews, as by the year of 2020, when one of the greatest basketball players unfortunately meets his demise, there's also a huge pandemic that pretty much shuts down Yu-Gi-Oh! There is one last thing to talk about with this short-lived era, and it was token monsters and how they were completely ruined. I want to go back to point how cards like Level Eater and Scapegoat were fairly healthy before Link monsters. They couldn't be used for Exceed summons, oftentimes didn't have the right material for fusion, and for synchro summons it was a little bit complicated. But since they were bodies that could be easily placed to the side of the field, Link monsters took full advantage of it. And if you look on the ban list historically, any card that can generate monsters is on that ban list strictly because of link summoning. I'm not saying that without links there wasn't going to be a mechanic to eventually break those cards, but it goes to show you how tokens should be balanced appropriately. Apparently, Konami didn't get the memo. Dual Overload is the first of its kind when it comes to introducing dual support and giving support to strong strategies. It actually also gave us cards like Samorg Bird of Sovereignty and Union Carrier, which the more you think about it, the more that the person that is in charge of making these cards should probably take a break from making cards permanently. Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon was also in this set. Holy! Now, Christian Hucklefibrix wasn't originally the demon that we know of it as today, but when the set Eternity Code was released, a monster named Link Cross was also introduced that can summon token monsters to the side of the field up to the Link rating of the monster that it used. Hucklefibrix was a generic synchro monster because it didn't require specific levels and only required a tuner, and can also special summon a tuner from the deck, and Link Cross was the token generator. This, alongside of Mecha Phantom Beast Auroradon, replicated what Link monsters were before in previous formats, which, as you should know, isn't really good for Yu-Gi-Oh! And this is the point in time I think Konami actually decides to pull the plug on the Link experiment, because in every instance along the way, Konami has limited all of the other mechanics in the game, but has made Link monsters the go-to de facto cards that are ridiculously powerful. So on April 1st, 2020, Konami reverts a few changes that happened with links. Exceeds, fusions, and synchro monsters can be special summoned to the extra monster zone without the uses of arrows. Unfortunately, pendulums still have this type of restriction to this day. And also unfortunately, when you still look at modern Yu-Gi-Oh combos, most of them revolve around a busted Link monster that probably shouldn't exist.
These dishes just aren't getting clean.
Problem isn't your machine. It's likely your detergent. I recommend switching to Cascade Platinum Plus. These new pods have the grease-fighting power of Dawn, easily removing up to 100% of tough stuck-on foods. Cascade Platinum Plus.
Nature-made magnesium, made to care for your heart, bones, and muscles. Magnesium from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Hand traps are some of the most controversial cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! They often receive criticism and are acknowledged as a problem in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. But without hand traps, it would be safe to say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Would be almost unplayable because of how volatile it is. From iconic cards like Karibo to one of the most hated cards in the history of the game, Maxi, Konami has made numerous attempts to be able to fix their problems. But unfortunately, that problem is yet to be solved. In this video, we're going to talk about how hand traps have failed to accomplish your main goal, and why Yu-Gi-Oh! Players hate them because of this. Let's go ahead and jump on in. Now, in order to understand hand effects and why they can be so problematic in Yu-Gi-Oh!, we must first understand their origin and their initial design. Hand effects, better known as hand traps, were by design built to be able to bridge the gap between spells, traps, and monsters. You see, why monsters' primary job is to reduce your opponent's life points to 0, spell cards were supposed to enhance your monsters, and trap cards were supposed to stop those monsters. There are oftentimes a breakdown in the core fundamentals in Yu-Gi-Oh! Which can feel unfair. For example, if there was a situation where a player were able to summon a ton of monsters or very powerful monsters to their side of the field, and trap cards weren't sufficient enough to ensnare them, that would be a major problem. It would oftentimes leave a situation where things can feel luck-based if your opponent got the appropriate cards, take for example, Heavy Storm or Harpy's Feather Duster to get rid of those traps, or if your opponent went first, meaning that your trap cards weren't as effective. Now, the reason why I use that very clear example is because that is the initial design of hand traps. They were supposed to be a balancing act between not only going first and second, they were also supposed to add another layer to the game and provide a clear and defined Yu-Gi-Oh! Role that players would enjoy. Hand traps are often very weak in stats and typically can't stand on their own, but the flip side of them is that their effects are almost invincible because there's very few cards that can stop them. They were very much brought on to be a defensive utility type card, and you can actually see that in the beginning eras. While Karibo being the very first and honorary hand trap, failing miserably outside of Yugimoto using it inside of the show, it shows clear-cut the intention of these particular cards and how they could be useful in the correct situations. In a perfect world, hand
I want to see. What if you have to play this? Why everybody hates. See if he has hates traps. There it is. That's how I want it.
Pendulums are one of the most controversial mechanics in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rising to the height of dominance to now one of the most unplayed Yu-Gi-Oh! Strategies, today I'm going to be explaining why everyone hates Pendulum and what Konami can do to fix it. Let's go ahead and jump on in. So if Pendulums had an analogy, it would easily be either the youngest child or the middle child that often gets left into the shadows and sometimes lashes out. But if you look at the underlying causes of this retaliation, this could have been prevented if it had the right parenting. Pretty much looking at you, Konami, you really fumbled the bag when it comes to Pendulums. Understandably, it is the younger brother to Fusion, Synchro, and Xseed, and all three of those mechanics have their own problems in their own right, but at least those are still majorly being utilized to this day. I even made a video about the eventual death of Synchro monsters that I think you guys should check out. It goes on to detail talking about how flawed the Synchro mechanic is and how it can be fixed. But even in today's standards, for being a 2008 mechanic, it still is faring pretty well, where Pendulum has not. I mean, pretty much outside of one deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now carrying the entire mechanic on its back, Pendulum is essentially dead. But I think it's best to go ahead and dial it back and explain why everyone hates this mechanic and why it's at the status that it is today. Pendulums made their debut in 2014 with the Space Time starter deck, and this introduced two of the very first Pendulum monsters in Stargazer and Time Gazer Magician. Both of these cards were supposed to be the start of a new era, but unfortunately, they received mixed results. Now, in this particular era, Pendulum is a little bit different than what we currently see it as today. It's almost like if Pendulum was that middle brother and you were growing up looking at him, he is a lot different than what he is now than what you've seen him as. You probably even looked up to him before because of how powerful he was. At this time, Pendulums had their own unique zones, meaning that you can play 5 spells and trap cards into your spell and trap card zones and still have these particular cards to use. Also, Pendulums could be summoned freely from the hand in extra deck every single turn, and it did not have any type of zone restrictions, meaning that every single time your Pendulum monsters were destroyed and went to the extra deck, you can summon every single one of them right back to your side of the field. Now, outside of that, Pendulums pretty much still work the exact same, treating themselves as Pendulum spells and gaining their spell effect there, and having their monster effect being used everywhere else. And then, of course, you can only summon monsters from your hand in extra deck in between the scales of Pendulum monsters. Now, with both Stargazer and Time Gazer Magician out, Konami gave you a brand new way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But didn't force you to play these particular cards, unlike what Konami did for both Xseeds and Synchro. Take, for example, when Synchros were introduced, they were so powerful, you just had to play them inside of your deck, with monsters like Stardust Dragon making cards like Mirror Force and Sakuretsu Armor almost obsolete, and then Synchro monsters like Black Rose Dragon giving you an instant Dark Hole and Heavy Storm. And Dark Hole at this time was banned. These cards were so powerful, if you did not use them inside of your deck, you were immediately put at a huge disadvantage. And when Xseeds were introduced, Konami made it a point to ban some of the most powerful tuner monsters in the game, and then even released cards that were really good against Synchro monsters. Steelstorm Roach and Orient Dragon came out around that time, and they were incredibly powerful against that particular mechanic. Konami's approach to Pendulum was the complete opposite. Instead of hitting both Synchros and Xseeds, they decided to do absolutely nothing. And with these two pendulum monsters being incredibly underwhelming and dependent on one another, as well as no other pendulum cards in existence, this proved to be absolutely disastrous for the mechanic. Not even a full month later, Konami released what is considered by most as one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh sets of all time.
When dealing with new situations, whether that's giving a presentation in class, hanging out with new people, or trying out for the
in Duelist Alliance, this particular set strengthened all of the other mechanics. The fusion mechanic got its very first breakthrough and got arguably one of the most iconic fusion strategies of all time in shit all. But the XE monsters would not be outdone. Not only did they get their iconic strategy of their own in Burning Abyss, they also doubled down with the Satellar Knight strategy. And if you guys don't think that Satellar Knight has a loyal fan base, there is one guy that has been flooding my DMs about Satellar Knight. He will not give up. Even Synchro got cards that are still being used today in Yang Zing. Pendulums, on the other hand, did not receive any cards to make them remotely viable. Crazily enough, most players that experience this format say that without question, this is one of the best formats of all time. And a little bit of poetic justice, it's actually the last format where pendulums just simply could not exist. And if you look at this from the sibling perspective, it's almost like your parents bringing all of your brother's new toys and giving you an Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. So basically, you get a PS5, you get an Xbox, you get a PC, but pendulums, you get Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. The three older mechanics dominated Yu-Gi-Oh! For 3 entire months, with Pendulum becoming an afterthought, but that was set to change. On November 7, 2014, we got our very first taste of what happens when this brother lashes out. Now, here's where I think that the parents did a really terrible job. Unfortunately, the 3 months of Pendulum watching the other mechanics flourish made it incredibly jealous and take it a little bit too far. The younger brother's rebellion with Cleeford wasn't just an attack on the other strategies, it was a complete attack on Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself. See, Pendulum monsters have a unique ability to go to the extra deck as opposed to being sent to the graveyard. When players figured out that removing Pendulum monsters off the field would not send powerful trap cards like Vanity's Emptiness to the graveyard, and that they can remove the stat penalty reduction of their Cleefort monsters with Skill Drain, this became a deck that could strip down Yu-Gi-Oh! To its very core basis, but seeing that the Cleefort monsters are naturally stronger than any other monster that could be summoned, it became a completely unfair advantage for Cleefort in Pendulum play. Pendulums became one of the most unfair and toxic mechanics seemingly overnight due to the worst traits of cards being brought out because of this strategy. And being able to pendulum summon all of the monsters that your opponent got rid of when they finally were able to get rid of your floodgate trap cards was just a cherry on top. Now, I remember specifically where I was at the time that Cleeforts came out. Looking at a strategy that could special summon a ton of monsters, but also could tribute summon and prevent your opponent from using effects, as well as special summon, I thought that that was the top of power creep. Boy, was I wrong. Cleeforts eventually settled down with numerous hits to the strategy itself, but also the banning of key toxic cards, which eventually fixed the balance and allowed other non-pendulum type Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks to be able to thrive again.
I just want to say, when this mechanic first came out, I told everybody this mechanic was going to be broken. They're going to break it. I called it. And I was right at the end. I hate pendulums. Even though I have a pendulum deck, I still hate pendulums.
But if you thought that your brother was done throwing a tantrum and that's the absolute worst thing he could do, you couldn't have been more mistaken. See, the problem with the pendulum mechanic is that it was very poorly designed. It's way too volatile. The reason why players hate the mechanic so much is because when it does become competitive, it's usually unfairly competitive. At its core nature, the mechanic replenishes all of its resources for free and also has monsters that become immediately useful as spell cards. The innate drawback to monster cards is that if you can't use them in their monster capacity, they become almost useless unless you can bring them to your side of the field. And then when your opponent finally does get rid of them, you need some special type of way to bring them back. Pendulum just simply ignores both of those concepts. And when Konami introduced the pendulum mechanic, they said it was built to be able to mesh all of the other mechanics together. It was just a walking, ticking time bomb waiting to happen. Make no mistake, during this time, the other mechanics did have their time to shine. Essentially, when Pendulums wasn't being the dominant deck throwing a tantrum, every other mechanic got to eat. Even ritual monsters became one of the more powerful decks inside of the format. Nekros became one of the most dominant forces in Yu-Gi-Oh! History during the Pendulum mechanic era, but it was only inevitable for Pendulum to throw another tantrum when it got the right support. And it actually got the right support. In January 2016, the Breakers of Shadow set released. This set did give support to the other three mechanics, powerful Xseed monsters like Cyber Dragon Infinity and Traptrix Reflation. It also gave Synchro Infusion some pretty good cards, as well as Solemn Strike. But the easy steal of this entire set is the Performapal monsters and how transformative that these cards are going to be on everything we see for the Pendulum mechanic. See, up until this set, the Pendulum strategies were just Pendulum strategies. Cleafort played mostly Cleafort cards, Pendulum Magician played mostly Pendulum Magician cards. But with cards like Performapal Monkey Board and Guitar Turtle, something clicked inside of Pendulum players. Because the Pendulum mechanic didn't have any restrictions of playing these cards together, and you can mix and match the best cards from every Pendulum mechanic, a strategy called Performapal Performage, better known as Pepe, was born. Now, Pepe not only took the best cards from the Pendulum mechanics, such as the Magispectors, the Draco Slayers, the Magicians, the Performapals, and the Performages, it actually just took the best cards. Because this deck easily spammed monsters at a faster rate than any other deck, it had access to monsters like Traptrix Reflacia, Cyber Dragon Infinity, and later even Naturia Beast and Elder Entity Norden. All of these cards combined to make Pepe a complete powerhouse. So powerful, Konami had to introduce an emergency ban list to ban the strategy from competitive tournament play, only roughly 2 weeks after the set dropped. This is easily one of the biggest impacts that Pendulum has had on the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, because after that adjustment list, we never received a hard date to ever get a ban list again. It was pretty much Konami throwing in the white flag, admitting that any given time a set drops, Pendulums could take over and be one of the most ridiculous decks if they made a mistake.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
What you thinking about?
Get off of me. Almost done. Almost done what? This is what I'm talking about. Big slow motion action sequence. Who knows if you live or die? She's coming with us.
No, she's not.
Oh, yes.
Everything I do it big. I tell you.
You would think that after this incident, Konami would have learned from allowing Pendulums to have access to powerful generic cards. But unfortunately, Pendulum would continue to be a combo-oriented Yu-Gi-Oh deck. The mechanic would continue to make unfair situations for Yu-Gi-Oh players playing against it if the strategy was allowed to do what it does, which was pretty often since the only hand traps were Effect Failure and Ghost Ogre at the time. Eventually, Konami would step in and introduce a rule change named Master Rule 4, which would hit the mechanic incredibly hard. These rule changes would take the Pendulum zones away and move them into the Spell and Trap card zone, and force players that are Pendulum summoning from the extra deck to only be able to summon to where link arrows point to of a link monster. This pretty much meant that the entire Pendulum mechanic was at the mercy of whatever link cards would come out, and effectively making link monsters like what Synchros was in its era and Xseeds were in its era, the go-to card and the must-play card. Now, growing up, I'm pretty sure you and a sibling have been punished by a parent, and maybe it was a little bit too harsh. Sometimes your parent would even regret it and even give you a treat as a way to apologize. Pendulums took that treat way too far. Just when everyone thought that Pendulums were completely done, Konami released a monster named Heavy Metal Foes Electromite in an attempt to revive the Metal Foes monsters, but unfortunately, this gave a revival to the entire mechanic. And to double down, reinforced all of the toxic traits that were instilled into them. Pendulum once again dominated the card game with FTKs, also known as first turn kills, using monsters like Starving Venom, Fusion Dragon. And then even when that was put to a stop, it summoned some of the most frustrating and unbeatable monsters in combination with each other. And this is one of the biggest reasons why people just simply hate Pendulum. The strategy is simply like that sibling that is really docile until your parents tell you you have to do whatever that sibling does. And once it does get that power, it brings out some of the most toxic and painstaking ways of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. A lot of people actually attribute Pendulum to power creep and why Yu-Gi-Oh is the way it's now. Because keeping up with Pendulum strategies meant that Konami had to release more powerful cards, which eventually got us to where we are today. And as much as I try to be fair and defend Pendulum, some things are incredibly obvious with the rule changes that Konami has done against Pendulum and has done for other mechanics. Now, not only was Heavy Metal Foes Electromite banned, alongside of a host of other cards to make sure that Pendulums could never dominate the TCG again. In 2020, Konami revised Master Rule 4 to allow Exceeds, Fusions, and Synchro monsters to be special summoned from the extra deck without having to point to a Link monster. This was pretty much a nail in the coffin, as the other mechanics didn't have to rely on Link monsters and had an unfair advantage of being able to be summoned and utilized however players wanted. And then it also meant that Exceeds, Synchros, Fusion, and Link monsters could eventually become what Pendulum was back in the day, summoning unbeatable monsters but with less restriction. I just find it ironic that the same type of boards that players were making at the height of Pendulum is now pretty standard in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And even with Heavy Metal Foes Electromite off the list in the OCG and Master Duel, the mechanic still struggles to keep up with those type of strategies. Pendulums are simply that brother that is misunderstood. For so long, it was hated for doing the things that players do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. Maybe it was a little bit ahead of its time, maybe it should have had more restrictions by Konami. It suffers from a huge identity crisis. There's no real such thing as a Synchro, Exceed, or Fusion deck. When I say those particular things, you can actually point out strategies in mind. Sword Soul, Branded, Burning Abyss. But when you say Pendulum, it pretty much fixes it. It's just a collaboration of Pendulum cards trying to band together to keep up. Now, fortunately enough, fixing Pendulum is pretty simple. Because Pendulums are so powerful, they need a restriction from being able to combine so well. Kind of like how the other mechanics can be played with one another, but can't match some of the best cards all into one deck. Building up the strategies to be their own powerful deck with their unique capabilities would be the next best thing. And the last way to fix the mechanic doesn't necessarily have to do with the mechanic itself, but has to do more with Konami. For the love of God, please stop making generic Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards that one particular mechanic can take an unfair advantage of that other strategies cannot. And also for my Pendulum players, I know you guys are waiting to hear this. Free my nigga Electromite. He
said this to me
wrong.
multiple times. Stop making generic cards that every deck can take advantage of. Oh, it says no, this is an older one. Well, no, it's my video. Let's watch it. Yeah.
Hey man, it looks like I'm your opponent today.
I will shake the hand of YCS champions.
Hi.
Okay, what else? so astounded by Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon now. Come on. Give me something else. Ah. Alright, let's watch this.
Inspírate en Ralph's con miles de ingredientes para ricas comidas. Ahorra con más de $600 en cupones digitales y hasta $1 de descuento por
But there it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, you see? Oh, yeah. Gotta work on the arms. I wonder if it's going to... Ha! There it goes. My bad. I was watching myself. That's funny. Alright, that's cool. That was funny. Mecha break I'm interested in. Ah, thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm almost done. I just got to get done with the arms. But welcome to the live stream. Thanks for checking it out. Definitely appreciate it. I'm just looking for something to play, so people ain't got to be bored when watching this stream. But thank you. Definitely appreciate it. Anything interesting to watch? Give me... Oh...
I'm mad because I wound up messing up my YouTube. Now it has things popping up that I didn't want to see. And the stuff I wanted to see is now not popping up anymore, which sucks. Oh, come on. Give me something. Interesting, but I don't want to watch it. Give me something. Oh. Come on. You know what? Yeah, let's watch this. Why not?
Class is back in session.
Why not? Either way. Alright, now let's get back on this. I need C2.
Incoming dishes!
Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half the time.
The better grease getter.
Having quite often been looked at as the inferior version of Pokemon, Digimon is one of Bandai's biggest video game franchises, which despite it never truly getting the recognition that it deserves, already has plenty of great titles under its belt. But which Digimon games are the best? Originally conceived as the Tamagotchi's more masculine counterpart, Digimon is a media franchise consisting of virtual pet toys, anime, and even a trading card game. It also features a wide array of video games released on many different consoles. The Digimon games are unique in their own way, including several RPGs, a few platformers, and even a racing game. Yet no matter what the genre, Digivolving is still the name of the game. And on that note, we've taken a list from Screen Rant looking at the top 10 best Digimon games of all time to have been released. And of course, just before we do get into the video, if you do like this type of content, be sure to hit that subscribe button and of course, like the video. We do also stream over on Twitch. I will leave all the links within the description box below. And with all that said, let's get into the list. These are the top 10 best games considered by fans to be the best around that have been released up.
There's one thing I want to tell people: when you build, make sure be careful how you cut. Alright, so this goes here. Okay. And then it goes, where is it at? Okay. C2 3 C2 3 C2 3 cool. C2, where we at? C2 7. Go ahead and use 7 one more time. There we go. Alright. And let's go.
Till this day. Number 10, Digimon World. The original Digimon World sold very well for Bandai, although it did have its fair share of issues. Some technical problems would surface and players were often confused by the gameplay mechanics, and first-time players might find themselves in for a difficult experience. In spite of these setbacks, however, the game involves travelling around in a 3D Digimon world, and a story alluring enough to reel players in. Digimon Worlds may not have toppled the video game empire that Pokemon is, but it did pave the way for future Digimon games to come. Number 9. Digimon Adventure. Digimon Adventure is a retelling of the original Digimon Adventure anime series, recounting the events of the show's first season. It even has the original Japanese voice actors to boot, and the graphics are done in cell shading and look mighty impressive on the PSP. The gameplay features engaging 3-on-3 battles and mind-blowing illustrations and animations. The soundtrack is solid as well, and it also includes some extra story content. It's quite a shame that Digimon Adventure was never released in the West, but a fan-made English patch in 2018 helps softens the wound just a little bit. Number 8. Digimon World DS. The first Digimon World title released on the Nintendo DS, this video game has a 2D pixelated art style that some fans will find quite endearing. It comes with over 300 Digimon, and the character and animations for each digital monster are aesthetically pleasing. The battle system though is quite complex, and the extra screen makes for more tactical gameplay. The main feature includes the Digifarm, where players can level up, evolve, and communicate with their Digimon. Digimon World DS also utilizes a wireless connection, and players can trade Digimon and battle with others online. Number 7. Digimon World Dawn at Dusk. Digimon World Dawn and Dusk is essentially a sequel to Digimon World DS, and is a step up from the handheld predecessors. It follows the Pokemon formula of releasing 2 separate games, with both featuring the same story, but with day and night themed Digimon. Whereas Digimon World Dawn features Dragon, Water, Bird, and Holy type Digimon, Digimon World Dusk has Dark, Insect, Machine, and Beast types. The quests for each game are based on the species available. Moreover, Digimon World Dusk is more story driven, while Digimon World Dawn is more focused on tournaments. Number 6. Digimon World Next Order. Digimon World's Next Order is an open world RPG with gameplay slightly similar to the original Digimon World. In some ways it feels almost like a Persona game, at least from the storytelling perspective, although the Persona series includes many hidden things that fans may not know about. Instead of one Digimon following you around, 2 Digimon in this game can be at your side. The player can choose from 10 companions at the start of the game, and these Digimon companions will grow and evolve throughout the story. The player must also meet the requirements for the next stage for their Digimon in a set amount of days. Number 5. Digimon Redigitize. Digimon World Redigitize is a visually pleasing game with amazing graphics and character models done by Durarara illustrator Suzuhito Yasuda. The mix of character models and graphics along with the complex story makes for an engaging narrative that players will be immersed in. Gameplay-wise, Redigitize is an open-world RPG where the tamer set strategies and the Digimon carry them out as they battle by themselves. This game was only released in Japan, getting a fan translation sometime later for English-speaking audience to enjoy also.
24-hour moisturizing body wash that locks in 4 times the moisturizers of your old body wash.
And just 12 ingredients.
That's right. Clean moisturizing body wash isn't a myth, it's native.
Microsoft Azure helps you handle workload spikes without sacrificing performance. Scale your cloud resources automatically. Start with 65+ always free services. Create an Azure account today.
Number 4. Digimon Rumble Arena 2. On the surface, Digimon Rumble Arena 2 is more or less a Super Smash Bros. Clone. 16 Digimon are playable in total, but there are 40 forms available thanks to the ability to digivolve during a fight. One thing that Digimon Rumble Arena 2 does differently compared to Smash Bros. Is that each character has its own health bar. The Digimon can absorb orbs to gather more energy, allowing them to digivolve into more powerful forms. The controls may be a little bit clunky, and the game is quite unbalanced, but Digimon Rumble Arena 2 is still a fun game by any means for all Digimon fans to try. Number 3. Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory. Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory was brought to the West as a result of Redigitize, being a huge success in Japan. Many consider this game to be even better than Redigitize, taking everything that the best-selling title did and improving upon it. Hacker's Memory features 340 different types of Digimon, and a story that is well written and effective. Not only that, but the graphics are pretty top-notch, and the fighting sequences are pretty exhilarating. The gameplay is more polished than compared to Cyber Sleuth, but still feels long and repetitive at times. Number 2, Digimon World 3. Digimon World 3 plays like a classic JRPG with a massively improved battle system compared to the previous 2 World entries. Despite being released at the end of the PS1's lifespan, it definitely had a lot going for it, as at the time there were no new Pokemon games being released. When released, for its time, this game had it all. Fast gameplay, improved graphics, a diverse variety of Digimon and a superb soundtrack. Each Digimon comes with its own level development, adding some replay value as players can level up their monsters every day so that they can become as strong as possible. Number 1. Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. Cyber Sleuth is a critically acclaimed Digimon game, best known for returning to the gameplay style of Digimon World. It's a very story-driven game featuring plenty of interesting storylines and character development. In fact, this game even helps reignite the interest of Digimon in the West. Story and characters aside, Cyber Sleuth features on a wide collection of 240 Digimon, with a few character cameos from previous games to keep the continuity intact. Although this game is pretty long and forces players to grind, the older fans of Digimon, which are the game's intended target audience, will definitely appreciate Cyber Sleuth for recapturing the classic Digimon feel. And so there you pretty much have it. That was the top 10 best Digimon games released today, and the top 10 that are considered by fans to be the best around. So what did you think of the list? Do you feel that there were any games missing from this top 10 list? Or perhaps that you feel there were some games on this list that shouldn't have been included? If so, do let me know your comments in the comment section below. I would love to hear it. And of course, not forgetting that if you do like this type of content and you would like to see some more top 10 countdown videos, be sure to hit that subscribe button and of course, like the video. I'll also leave some more top 10 videos at the end of this video if you would like to check them out. Thanks very much for watching, guys, and I will see you all next time.
You have been chosen, Arandelira.
Makes match more happy with game.
Okay. Alright. Okay, that's done. Now let's go to the next one and make sure this is done. So this here, this. Goes here, okay. One here and then this one. That's there. Okay. All right. So when it falls down, it should be like. Well, it should be like this. Did I do this one correctly? Went backwards. No, I didn't. I didn't. Like that, you turn. Yeah. Why does this one go down all the way? And this one seems to stop. Doesn't want to go down all the way. Yeah. What's going on? Huh. That's weird. This one goes down all the way. I know. That's right. Looking at. For some reason this will close. Alright, where did I mess up? You know, close is just. This one doesn't. Oh man, what the fuck did I do wrong? Okay. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. All right. So, watch this. Let's
At
see.
Ralph's Pharmacy, Care is making it easy to save more. Most insurance plans and discount cards are accepted.
Honey.
Care is convenience that works for everyone. A world of care is in store.
With more than 55 degrees and certificates to choose from, 100% online classes, and personalized support, UMass Global helps you succeed in college wherever you are in life. UMass Global.
This is the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Master Duel is the official online Yu-Gi-Oh! Simulator released by Konami on January 8th, 2022. Since that day, duelists from around the globe have been able to duel each other in ways we have never seen before. Awesome card animations, custom fields, card sleeves, personalized mates, and so much more has made Master Duel a massive success. But not everything has been perfect. Upon release, Master Duel received much praise for its card crafting system. This system allowed a duelist to obtain dust by either earning achievements or trading in cards. This dust could be used to buy specific cards that a duelist needed for their deck at a 3-to-1 ratio, so 3 unwanted cards equals 1 specific card. But the unwanted cards had to equal the same rarity as that card they wanted. At first, this system seemed incredible, coming off the dark days of Duel Links' horrific pack opening system that required you to reset the box every time you got an ultra rare you needed in order to get the second copy. Just to expound upon this horrible system for a second, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, Konami's previous mobile simulator, required the player to open virtual packs to obtain cards, which is not surprising considering the fact that Konami made Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yu-Gi-Oh! Requires opening packs. But the way these packs worked were extremely predatory. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links released sets slowly, creating sets specifically for Duel Links by grabbing random cards from Yu-Gi-Oh!'s history that they felt fit together in the Duel Links 3-zone format. In each of the main sets, there were 200 packs in each box. I'm using air quotes because this is a virtual box filled with virtual packs, so the number's just kind of whatever Konami wanted it to be. Each 200 pack box had 10 total ultra rares, 1 copy of each. Some of the newer boxes were 180 card packs with 9 ultras, so the ratios kind of worked the same, so not a whole lot different. The way it worked was, if you opened a pack and pulled an ultra, that ultra could no longer be pulled from that box until the box was reset back to 200 packs. So you pull the ultra you want, you have to reset the box back to 200 to pull the next one, even if you haven't pulled another card that you want. You can probably see the problem here already. If you're playing a deck that needs 2 or 3 copies of an ultra rare, you might have to open hundreds of packs to get what you need. You could, in theory, open 199 packs from the box without getting the ultra you needed. Yes, I did this many times in my day. Therefore, opening an entire box of stuff you don't even want. Then having to reset the box and go fishing all over again. Oh, but the packs are cheap, right? Easy to get? Not at all. Each group of 10 packs costs 500 gems, or you could just buy packs with real money. This is in USD, so it might be a little different if you're from somewhere else. For 4 packs plus 30 gems, $8.29 for 10 packs plus 100 gems, or $24.99 for 30 packs plus 300 gems. So opening a 200 card box would cost you either 10,000 gems or a minimum of $166.67. You could use your extra gems that you get there, so that could cut it down a little bit, but you're only getting 30 gems every $25, so it's really not saving you that much. If you were to open the box 3 times for a playset of each card, it would cost 30,000 gems or about $500. All of this was for each new main set release in Duel Links. Ouch, Konami. So yes, after this incredibly frustrating and predatory system, anything felt like a step up, and the Master Duel crafting system certainly was a step up. But just how far of a step was it? Is this system actually good? Nearly 3 years later, the system is not as great as it once felt. So what is the issue? Just get more cards and trade them in, right? I'm coming to you as a Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator that is willing to wail on games like this because I need cards for videos, and I am even having trouble getting these cards. Sure, I can get some of the cards I need, but trying to juggle multiple decks between different series and formats is really hard. The specific cards I'm talking about in this video are URs. Ultra rares are so tough to get in this game. As I mentioned before, you either have to pull the cards you want, or you have to craft it with dust. And that is if they haven't already locked the pack you needed, or just completely removed it in general. Master Duel actually locks certain packs after a cycle, requiring you to unlock them by either pulling a card from that set in a master pack or crafting an SR or UR from the set. I always end up having to waste 30 SR dust just to get back to a certain pack so I can spend more gems on it. But what is even worse is when they straight up remove a pack. If you're inactive for a time and come back to the game excited to play a certain deck or to pull a certain card, prepare for your hopes to be dashed when the pack you want to open is just gone. All of this shows just how ridiculous this system can be. I spent $100 on Master Duel gems, not using deals, just the standard price, to see how many ultra rares I can pull, which is the footage you've been watching. After opening all of these packs, and I even had pretty good luck compared to previous openings I've done before, here were the results. I spent $100 and got 14 ultra rares, which equals 420 UR dust or 4.67 URs of choice. Yes, you heard that right. I spent $100 US, real money, and didn't even get 5 specific ultra rares. Sure, I actually pulled 14 URs.
Try Microsoft Azure for free and kickstart development with 65+ always free services. Meet industry standards with built-in Azure compliance tools designed specifically for developers. Code with confidence on Azure. Create an Azure free account.
5 and 9. 5 and 9.
But some I wanted and some I didn't. Plus, a ton of the cards you may want could just be in Master Packs, which are the absolute worst way to buy packs on Master Duel because the card pool is massive. Yeah, there's 10,000 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Pretty much all of them are in Master Duel, so you open a Master Pack, you have 10,000 Yu-Gi-Oh cards to pull from. You want one out of 10,000? Good luck. Oh, and did I mention that half of every pack includes Master Pack cards anyway? So remember that Master Pack, 1 in 10,000 thing? Half the pack you're opening is a 1 in 10,000 chance to get some random card you might actually want. Half of the packs from the set you are opening specifically for specific cards are not even in that set. That is wild. I have recently noticed just how annoying it is to build more than a couple of decks in Master Duel because of the mini-series I've been a part of. I'm the kind of duelist who likes to try multiple different decks and play multiple formats, but Master Duel makes it extremely difficult to do so. Playing Edison format is a nightmare due to how many cards are completely worthless in the current game, but are URs? But why are they URs? Oh, you want to play GOAT format? Go ahead and craft Banned Pot of Greed for 30 UR dust. And you might say, oh, that's just one card. What's the big deal? It's just one card you have to craft. That's one example. There's multiple other cards that you're probably going to want in GOAT format if you're doing multiple different decks that are either banned or terrible in today's game that are for some reason ultra rares. And there's even more in the super rare level. It is a major pain. But that doesn't tell you the half of it. It is not only a pain, it is almost impossible to get a ton of UR dust without spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. And it was at this point that I actually ran a second experiment by accident. I had already recorded a lot of this video, but during a stream preparing for my next Wheeled Goat episode, I encountered the Master Duel Special, which by that I mean the Master Duel Scam. I was building a fairy deck, which required me to get both Archlord Christia and Honest, both of which are URs that I do not have. Luckily for me, both come in a secret pack that I can unlock by crafting a super that I also needed and also did not already have. Sometimes you have to craft a card that you already do have, and that really sucks. This saved me from having to use the 180 dust to get those 6 cards, because if they were only available in the Master Pack, that is what I would have had to do. Because opening the Master Pack, there's 10,000 different cards in there. You're never going to get the 6 cards you need. Sounds great so far, right? Well, here's where it all went wrong. I only had about 1,000 gems going into the stream, which is good for 10 packs. That, of course, did not give me the 6 URs I needed, so I spent 77 USD. That's real United States dollars. So you can convert that to your own currency. That's a lot of money to buy more gems. So this was 5,000 gems I got for $77. 5,000 gems and $77 later, I still needed the URs. Here's where I should mention, this secret pack was not a massive pack. It only had 4 URs in the entire set. 2 of them being cards I actually needed for my deck, with the main need being Archlord Christia because Honest came in a structure deck that you could get for 500 gems. We need that, we need that, we need that, we need that. There's only 4 ultras in here. After another $77, I just kept pulling the other ultra rares. Remember, there's only 4 in this set. I got the Ride of the Valkyries a million times. Valhalla again, wow. Valhalla again. Honest multiple times, which was good. I did need 3 of those, but I kept getting extras after the playset, which was annoying. One more chance.
Alright. Okay. Ah! Now let's go.
Ah! This is not real! This RNG is not possible! And more than 3 copies of Valkyrie Sigrun. If you might have noticed, that's 3 ultra rares, meaning there's only 1 left. The Christia that I actually needed was nowhere to be found. Please, 1 card we need. 1 card we need. Please be the Christia. Ah! Are you ready to hear how long it took me to pull 1 Christia? Not a playset, not 3, just 1 copy. After I had spent $310.92 of real money with only 3,000 gems remaining from my final $77 that I spent, I had pulled 8 Ride of the Valkyries, not 1, not 2, not a playset, but 8 UR Ride of the Valkyries, 8 UR Honest, 4 Valkyrie Sigrun, and 0 Christian. This is a pack opening if I've ever seen one. I need to practice some dueling skills, man. That is 20 ultra rares out of a 4-card ultra rare pool, $310 without a single copy of the card I needed. Okay, $233.19 is what we spent. Minus $10 thanks to Chaotic Me. One person in chat had a conspiracy that the game knew I had Christie in my deck list because we had pre-built the deck and it was in my deck, but I didn't have the card, so it was like grayed out. So they made it harder to pull when I actually went into the deck. While this is almost definitely not true, very unlikely, during the stream I definitely felt like this could be true because it was ridiculous. The last 3,000 gems luckily did turn it around some.
Downey showed this NFL mom a social video calling her son sweaty and stinky.
I didn't raise him like that. I'm going down there now. Ooh, come on, Josh. Downy Rinse and Refresh to help get the stink out.
Yeah, you might have been right. Rinse it out with Downy Rinse and Refresh.
Fast challenge! All right, fastest route through the city. The secret is to just keep going in a straight line, no matter what. Singing on my guitar. Whoa, sorry!
From that fast, you think fast challenge. Can I build something faster from a... Oh, yes! It flushes and it rushes!
2 things? Cute. But what about combining 3? It's a Sunfire Helix! Yeah. We'll work on the name. The fastest route is up!
Next time, think faster.
Go City!
No limits!
New Lego City sets out now. Each set sold separately. Ask your parent before going online.
And finally this happened. You son of a nutcracker. Yes! Boom! We finally got it! It only took 300 and... How much money was it? $310.92 to finally pull this stupid virtual card to play in one episode of Wheeled Edison. After this, I got one more, so I had 2 copies, but I didn't complete the playset. An absolutely ludicrous amount of money spent on a small box to pull 3 UR copies, and I still didn't even get all of it. You might wonder why. Ruxin, why didn't you just craft the card? Here's my reasons. 1, I wanted to save the UR dust for something that was only available in master packs, like I mentioned before, because you could only really craft those. You don't really have the option of pulling them because in master packs, I mean, $310 would get you probably 0 cards that you actually want. And in my old series, I do need to craft a lot of those cards that are only available in master packs. Number 2, I just needed to see how long it would take because I knew it'd be good material for this video I had already started researching for. And it can just show how unlucky the RNG can be and how bad you can get screwed. And number 3, I was just annoyed. I was annoyed. I was like, I'm going to pull this Christie. I don't care what it takes. I might have spent $500. I mean, I would have gone crazy until I got it. But all of these things were true, but number 3 was probably the most true. I was really annoyed. Now, all this probably sounds funny coming from the pack opening guy who opens thousands of packs to get a $20 QCR or something like that you guys have seen me do many, many times. But there's a major difference between myself in real life and a random person or even myself in Master Duel. In real...
Jeez. All right. Okay, let me look at this. So, let's see. No, it's this way. Yeah. So this one goes... Right. Open. Yeah, it should be this way. All right, cool. No. Okay. This one is the same way. This one should be this way. Yep. All right. Okay. Then we got that done. Got that done. And that means this one goes this way. Well, hold on. I'm gonna put those on right now. Let me hold on because it may make it easier. Okay. So now we're almost done. On the D1, D1E. Okay. Okay. D1
224. D1. D130. D116. Oh no. He goes right here. I see it now. I see it now. I see you now. Alright, so you go this way. Okay. Cool. So that means D224. D224. No, D223. D11. D11. D123. All right, another runner done. Ah, feels so good. This one's done. Yep, completely. All right. Where's 25 go? Let's see what 25 goes there. That's 25. Two, three. Okay. And then you need E114. This one needs E214. That's what I thought. E114. Oh, shoot. We're almost. Okay, this one's done too. Cool. E114. All right, done with another one. That's done. All right, cool. And then go to E. 214. All right. Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and get this going. Okay, so first things first. Y'all need instructions for that. E1, where's it go? Does this one go? That's right. Oh, I see. Oh, of course they would make this one hard. They would make this one hard. They would make this one hard. Okay. All right. And D1. That's right here. Whew. All right. Yes, we. Alright, finally. Alright, this side's done. Okay. 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 Woo! It's taking too long. Shoot. Alright. Okay. So this is done. I'll do the same on this side. So I think this one. One here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. We got one here. Alright. They both one here. Two. And this one goes right here, right? Yeah, right here. Like that. Then that one. Goes. This is D123 as usual. Alright. Okay, and so, oh yeah, hands. Hands. The hands are B19. Let's use these. Alright. 1, 2. Are we gonna be done? Alright, cool. Oh yeah, let me finish this up. While we're waiting.
In real life, I have the option of
here.
actually buying the cards that I want, or more specifically you guys, because I never buy the cards I want, I just open the packs. But you guys can just say, that's stupid, I'm not spending thousands on cases. I'm just going to buy the $20 card. I'm just going to buy the even $900 card. It'll save me money. In Master Duel, yeah, you can buy one specific card that you want. You can use your crafting points, but you can't buy an entire deck like that. You are forced to open...
Welcome to the Romulus space station. Unidentified life form detected.
Tons of packs to get the dust to make them. Unless you're extremely patient, you can grind every single pass, which is going to be very, very slow. It's probably going to build you one deck over the course of a few months. Not going to do what we're looking for in this video, which is have multiple decks at your disposal, multiple formats, etc. Even if Konami allowed us to buy dust in Master Duel at a very high cost, like $50 for 500 dust, $100 for 500 dust. That's basically what I paid, was $100 for 500 dust. So it would be basically the same as what I just did when I spent $100 and got 420 dust, but you would at least be guaranteed. There wouldn't be any RNG involved. You wouldn't potentially have 10 packs that had 0 URs in them, which can happen quite a bit in Master Duel. You would know that you're getting 16 URs for $100 versus you spend $100 now, you might only get 12 URs. You might get 20, but you might only get 12. You might get 10. Things could go wrong. I know some people like the randomness of that, and you would still have that option. Or if you want to guarantee that you're getting the cards that you want, you could spend that $100 and get a certain amount of dust and just buy the cards. But currently, there's no guarantee you get everything you want, even after spending hundreds or even thousands of dollars. My chat suggested a couple of ideas, such as the ability to trade any card for another card in the same set of equal rarity. So one ultra rare could be traded for another ultra rare. I think it would need to be in excess of 3 copies, so you couldn't just trade your first copy for another card and just keep swapping them back and forth to use different decks whenever you needed them. So maybe a 4th copy, like when I got 8 Valkyrie Sigrons, I could have traded 3 for 3 Archlord Christia, and we would have been good. So when I got 8 copies of Ride of the Valkyries, I could have traded 3 of those extra ones for 3 Archlord Christia, and we'd all been good. Or Konami could lock a card from a pack once 3 copies are pulled, allowing you to keep opening for only cards that you don't have. This one definitely sounds too good to be true, though, because Konami is making bank off people like me who get 8 Ride of the Valkyries before getting one of the card they actually want. And with Konami making every new deck 100% URs, yes, I'm talking about you, Tenpai, and probably multiple other decks, these problems have become more and more prevalent. If you need 32 Ultras for your deck, which sounds like a lot in a 40-card deck, but these days it's definitely possible. With staples and the core of new decks requiring so many Ultras, you either have to dust 96 other Ultra Rares from decks that you might want to play in the future, or decks that you just want to play because they're fun, or you have to apply for a credit limit raise. Now, I will say that I think Master Duel overall has been a big success and is really awesome. And I don't think this video or anything we complain about on Twitter will actually change how they're operating this client. Master Duel is bringing in tons of money with the current system, and people like me are going to continue spending money on it. However, I do wish that there was a more concise and effective way to spend your money, like the dust buying system I mentioned before, or there could be some other way, like you open up 10 packs and you're guaranteed 1 card in the set. You get to pick a specific card you want, not just a guaranteed UR that's just a random card, and you get your 5th copy of the same card. This would allow you to have a more effective way to complete decks. I would love to have a ton of GOAT, Edison, and even current decks built to rock whenever I feel it's necessary, or whenever I'm on a specific series with someone else. And just saying that last sentence really explains why it's never going to happen. If we're able to effectively build the decks we want without much struggle, then we'll just stop buying packs. We won't buy cards, and we won't buy gems, which sadly means it's never going to happen. Master Duel has nearly caught up with the current cards in the TCG, so there's not a ton of new releases left for them to put out and force us to buy. So once we've achieved all the decks we'd like, we really only have the new cards to get. And that's gonna significantly cut down on people spending gems, spending real money on their client, and Konami makes less money. And of course, that's what really matters when it comes to a giant business like Konami, is making money. And unfortunately, that means we're not gonna have as many decks as we'd like. I do think, though, there is a happy medium that will allow whales to spend money on certain things, like maybe increasing royal rare odds. Maybe if you open packs, you have a better chance at getting a royal rare in your deck. I know there are some crazy people out there, rhyme style, who want to royal rare out their entire deck. They don't care how much it costs. They're just gonna bling out their entire virtual deck. They don't care if it's not a real card. They want their cards to look nice when they're slamming them down in Master Duel and cooking you with them. So they could allow a better way for the low end guys, like, you know, people that just want to complete their deck. They just want to be able to play the cards in Master Duel, versus the guys who just want every card and they want them all to look nice. A specific idea I might throw out is allowing there to be royals for rares and normals. Currently, you could only get royal rares on supers and ultras. I think it would be really cool if they added royals to normals and rares as well. Normals, which is a common basically in Master Duel. It would be really cool, because I know when you see someone with a bunch of royal rares, some of their cards are just not royal because they're normals and rares. They don't have that option. If they were able to do that by maybe opening packs and allowing you to have a better chance to do that from opening packs, or, you know, the crafting system that they do, it could be really, really cool to have an entire royal rare deck. So Do not be take notes. Make it a little bit better for all of us. Make it a little bit easier for you to make money, but also everybody be able to play your game with different decks. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is more fun when you can play with all the cards possible. That's obviously not the case really for anybody in TCG or in Master Duel, because in TCG, you have to buy cards. I mean, you got to buy all the cards. There's 10,000 cards. You probably don't have all of them. And in Master Duel, obviously, we've explained why it's hard to get all the cards in Master Duel. If you've enjoyed this discussion video, let me know in the comments. And if you want to see more, I will make more of these about certain things, depending on what comes up, what I'm interested in. This specifically was very interesting to me because I have been playing a lot of Master Duel with Wheeled Goat and doing other series. And I've realized, man, it is a pain to get these cards if you don't have.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me finish this up. Yeah, that feels nice. Then, boom. Then this one is right here. There we go. All right. Put these away. I think we're done with this. And then I'll go ahead and turn this off. What's this one? This is the wrong one. The heck is that? Oh, jeez. I need to copy that. Okay. All right, and here's the arms. Now it's time to put this all together. And then I got to get up off here. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and finish this up. Let's go for the waist. Oh, that feels nice. The legs. We have the wings, which right here in the back, they don't close very well. I gotta write that down. These don't close tight. Which sucks. That's my fault. Let me do this. Let's put the shield on. Shield is pretty important. Go ahead with the arms. The backpack. And finally, the head. And there you go. The Ultron is finally completed. Turn around so y'all can see it properly. Boom. Alright, so that's it. Oh, we're finally done. Oh, man. When I hit this in 7, now it's 12:53. Alright, that's cool. So anyways, with that being said, we're pretty much done. We're pretty much completed. I want to thank y'all. I want to thank you for checking out this build. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Turning Cog. Shout out to Crocky. Shout out to Xavion X Master. You know, for definitely coming to the stream and saying what's up. Definitely appreciate it. Ooh. So yeah, so y'all can see it. I just want to say this is such an improvement of the original one. I love this one so much more. I love that. Look at that gimmick. That is such a good one. So much better. That's super cool. Oh, and I love that up there. Yep. Really cool. Oh, no. Oops. Alright, so I got to be careful of the back because it could get caught. Hey, that's look a little loose. And then pushes in a little better. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, be careful because this kid can get caught on itself. Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah, let's just do that. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so yeah. So anyways, yep, that's it. That's it with the Ultron. One day I'll get the Shenlong, which is probably should have got that first, to be honest. Be a lot easier build, but it's alright. Either way, here it is. I hope y'all like this. Now I'm gonna get up out of here, cause I got some things to do. Plus I got some videos to finish. Got laundry to get done. Got a shower to take. Got some dishes to get done. But anyways, I want to thank y'all for checking out this video. Definitely appreciate it. Once again, on your way out, do me a favor. Oh, what the heck? Oh, duh. Let me do that. If you don't mind, follow and subscribe. As of right now on YouTube, we are at 397. So we are what? 103 from the next milestone. So help us get there. Absolutely. And I just want to let you know, as a recording of this, because it's been kind of rough, been kind of hard to get back to doing content and streaming, particularly on the YouTube channel. I am currently working on, and if it's not out by tomorrow, it'll be out by next week. I am currently working on and trying to finish up, well, two things. The unknown updates, that's one I'm trying to finish up. And the second thing is your GB4 builds. Those are the next two videos I'm working on. And those are the next two videos I have planned on coming out. Then after that, I'm going to give you my opinion on Gundam, on GB4, my initial thoughts. So I'm going to let you know about that. Anyways, we're pretty much done. I want to thank y'all for checking out this video. Definitely appreciate it. Once again, if y'all don't mind, where is it at? Go right here and hit that subscribe button. Follow right here. Even though I can't log on, I do stream over there. Also, make sure to follow right here. I am going to start updating this soon. Of course, make sure to follow here on Twitch. And down here, which will be added at a later date, it's Vero. That will start getting worked on soon too. So yeah. So with that being said, I want to thank y'all. Definitely appreciate y'all. And yeah, those are the next couple of videos I have planned.
And of course, you're going to see a short of this Gundam probably within a couple of months. So stay tuned for that so you can see everything that this does. I want to thank y'all. Definitely appreciate y'all. And we'll be back next month with another build. And make sure to go over to the community tab to vote. All right. Have a good one. Whew, this was a long one. Stop.